We are losing. Just realised I'm supposed to be talking over this to do a level check, so I'll do this where I'm turning with those two black plumes of smoke as a reminder as to where I am. Yeah. Hello, Vlad. I've changed a few settings. I've got more game noise now because I was looking at my streams and I figured that the game sound was way too slack. So I've pumped that up a little bit, and hopefully the balance will be better. I also discovered the two bits in oh good. What you mean across the pond, Also, there's just two more options that I've set. One of them is when I move on to my other screen, I can still hear game noises. That's an option which I didn't realise was there. And across the pond, yeah. And the other one was the speed of sound, which I didn't know was an option. So now we are getting explosions in a distance sometime after they occur, not immediately as they occur. So that's much better, much more realistic. Earlier on I did find some tanks at the A point, but as I was getting to them, the AAA got me. Can't remember what road it was on now. I think it was this one. Missed. I have been getting reasonable success with my rockets, but I've kind of lost the knack in the last couple of hours. I was shot down by AAA again. Oh, come on. I'm seeing Brock Retro. Hello. But that's also true, Vleed. How much would you actually really hear? Yeah, that's another point. But if I'm going to hear it, I want to hear it delayed, really. I think sometimes AAA is really good. It might be where it is. Like if you're going for AAA that's motoring along a road, it seems to be more vulnerable. But when it's hunkered down in a town such as Deal, as we're getting there, then they seem to be a lot more accurate, yeah, because it's over that area each time that I've been shot down, whereas I've been chasing vehicles previously on the road and didn't take, it's almost like a what's that phrase, shooting fish in a barrel. I'm going to give it another little try just to see how it goes. Are you back yet, Fleed? Got a question. Sir Cyberdon, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Odd thing is, I've just noticed that there's clearly people watching, but it's showing 0 viewers for me. So something has gone wrong. So I know there's people there, but it doesn't. So I wonder how many people are watching. There's probably no more than a couple, but it's showing 0. Yeah, there's at least 3 that we know of, yeah. Oh, I see, you're probably looking at how many viewing actually on your viewing screen. Okay, oops, AAA got my win. Right, so that's interesting. I wonder how long that's been wrong, because I've been sitting there earlier just waiting for someone to join, because I wanted them to put a message on. I wanted to say that. I didn't want to fly around and then miss them being there. So that's really frustrating that it's showing 0. Really annoying. I don't know how I can get over that. I'm going to try closing that chat window and then open it again and see if it works. So bear with me a second. Now it's showing 3 people. Haha. Lost all the chat. If anyone would like to just put something on the chat so that I can see that's happening. In the meantime, I won't jump in another aircraft. Look at that tiny little triangle. Happening. Yes, it's happening. What's happening? Okay. Brock Retro, yeah. So if that is that a question? What's happening? Or is that just like an expression? One of the things that will be happening, yeah. One of the things that will be happening is later on I will be joining with Laxor, who streams on Twitch, and we'll be doing some DCS. So I'll be taking my spit up in DCS, which is obviously a proper flight sim, whereas this is more of just a game. Well, it's just a game, I suppose, but it's a damn good one. In the meantime, I will. No, there's no point. I'll just restart. I'll do another one. I'm waiting for Laxor to turn up, really. Now, who was it that said nice cam? I can't remember. Cyberdan. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what it meant. Nice camera. Because I mean, the camera is just what it is. It's just like first person. Perhaps it doesn't usually see the in-cockpit stuff. Yeah, what I'm also doing here is I'm testing a couple of things. One is the levels, which I've already said and someone has mentioned. Testing the voice against the game levels, and I'm also testing two other things. One was the being able to click on my other screen without losing game sounds, and the other one was to have real speed of sound effects, so that you don't hear the boom as soon as your rocket strikes way in the distance. There's a delay, as there should be. It would be nice if the chat told me who had left, so that I know roughly who's left speaking to me. So either Cyber Dan or Vlad has left. Vlad might have left so that he can go actually do some flying in DCS. I don't know. I'm not sure if he does DCS actually. I can't remember. A bit difficult to read. Is that? I think that's Brook Retro or Brock Retro. Is it because of the colour of the print that it's given me? It's difficult to say. It's I think it's Brook, isn't it? Brook Retro. Yeah. So it's B-R-O-O-K, not B-R-O-C-K. Just that the colour that is, the colour that's put it in, perhaps it's because the fourth character is right next to the K. It makes it more difficult to be sure what it is. I'm going to go for Brook Retro. And in doing that, I've forgotten where I was going. So let's make a turn. Don't know why track IR flips out like that occasionally. Feels like an ordinary manoeuvre of my head. Oh, Brock Retro. Okay, it is Brock. Okay, thank you. Let's see if I can find these tanks. There they are. Those guys shooting at them was a bit of a help. That was stupid. That was a total waste of space. Yeah, I got a lot of them before. I was doing okay, and then I sort of lost the feel for it. So, but now I'm out of rockets. I forgot that. I'm waiting for them to reload. Still a waste of space. I'm just panic firing. I think I've got to be more careful. That's better. But I could have got that with bullets because it's a triple A. I could see that was going to miss. Why did I fire? Yeah, earlier on, almost all of my rockets were finding their target, but now I've kind of I've just gone silly. Whereabouts are you on the planet? Are you from, Brock? Like country-wise. Leads back. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't realised that it was Leeds saying got on. I didn't realise you were back, sir. Oh, I forgot I was out of rockets. wobbling. Oh, someone else got it before I did. And now I've got my rockets back, I can go for the tanks. And the thing is, I've got this on auto reload because I'm doing this for rocket practice. I don't need landing and takeoff practice. I don't think I do. So I have it on auto reload, but that's no good for dogfighting. There's a bit of an angle, but I still got him, so that's good. Go. I'm going to have to change my windows as well. Your landings are bouncy. Wow. Apparently with a Spitfire anyway, if you get one bounce, that's still regarded as a perfect landing in a Spitfire because they're a bit light and dainty. It's expected that they can bounce. Have I lost the road? There's one behind me somewhere. Oh, there he is. Not enough lead. And of course that's all affected by so many other things. Yeah, I saw a video of an actual Spit landing, and the video was taken from directly behind the Spit from the ground as it landed, and it came in and it gave a gentle bounce, and the guy was saying that's regarded as a perfect landing for a Spitfire. I don't know about many other aircraft, there must be others that are the same. Fired all my rockets and still didn't get it. I couldn't actually see it, it's behind the trees at the time. Still missed it. It's the trees business. I'm sort of, they're getting a bit of cover from the trees, and B, I've forgotten B because I just realised I got a message coming from Laxor. Hold on. He's asking me what I prefer to fly. We were talking about doing some DCS. So if I'm being asked what I prefer to fly, is there a preference which might be considered? Is there a preference by you guys as to what we fly? So we're talking DCS or well, maybe even War Thunder, but probably DCS or Flight Sim 2020. That's just about the perfect answer, Vleed. Well done. I better respond to Laxor instead of going for these tanks, which I'm probably going to miss anyway. Right, I'm going to turn. How far away? Oh, I'm not ridiculously far away. I'm going to go and land so I can talk to him, because he's on Skype, so he's only on Skype at the moment. We'll see what sort of mess I make of the landing then, shall we, Vleed? That's it if it's Vleed that's still there. So I'm guessing Vleed's gone, which is a pity because I was going to see how I did on the landing. Oh, you are still there. Okay. Well, here goes nothing. I don't think it bounced. I think it's just, to some degree, War Thunder, once it recognises enough contact, it grabs you to the ground. It's a bit different, you know, when you're flying in some of the others, well, certainly in, yeah, in DCS. Oh, I better go to Laxor now, because he's going to wonder what's happening. I've also got to fit my computer chair restraint in, because I'll use my pedals and it wants to push me around, push me backwards. I haven't got it in yet. Don't really need it so much for War Thunder, but for DCS perhaps I do. Bear with me. I'm going to talk to Laxor. Actually, I'm gonna get onto Discord. Um, he's not there yet, but I'll be ready for him. Right, so I've just got to wait for Lexor to see my Skype message and then check in on Discord. I can't remember, Vahid. You'll have to forgive me. I'm pretty useless at remembering stuff when it's because there's so many different. There's a few different flight sims, and well, it gets confusing at times as to who was there. So, have you seen much of FS 2020? Do you fly in FS 2020? And I've just told Lexor that I'm happy to fly whatever he wants to fly in. Yeah, talking about the bounce thing, I think it was something like the P400. Cool, I've just put a load of junk in the chat accidentally, don't know why. Oh yeah, I know why. I caught another button. Yeah, I think something like the P400. You'd land in that. It's a tricycle type undercar, isn't it? So you land in that, and it like sucks you down like a magnet. I don't know if it does now. Haven't flown it for yonks, maybe longer, but you sort of touched onto the runway, and almost immediately, not every time, but it would like suck you down onto the runway, so you were totally safe. Yeah, that's the tricycle sidecar. Tricycle sidecar. The tricycle undercart. I suspect we'll fly in DCS, by the way. Actually, with that in mind, I think I might save a little time and jump from here and go straight to DCS. If Lexor wants to come back into here, that's fairly quick. But going into DCS can take a little longer, especially getting into loading up a mission. So I'm going to do that, and during that time there will be a time where I can't transmit. Sometimes I do accidentally, and it causes a white screen in DCS. Not for you, but for me. So I'll close this and swap. Right, while I still have transmission, and before I go into DCS, I'll just add that my water is filtering through, so I'll take a quick comfort break while it does that, while DCS kicks up, that is. I'll just reset the chat window just to see if it's going to do anything, make any difference to numbers and stuff, which it didn't, but that's not a problem. But it does mean that I lost the previous chat. I don't suppose that really matters. Seat restraint. It's okay, you read it. Oh, read it, you read it, yeah. Okay. One of those words, isn't it? Read, read. Yeah, okay. Lexor's just typing out a Skype to me, hold on. And he's reminding me that my hold on is still showing. I'll take that off because it's been covered up. My OBS screen has been covered up by the Skype screen. I couldn't see it. And I'm expecting that Laxor will kick up his server. Well, yeah, he has to, because otherwise we can't fly together. So what I mean is he'll be kicking up a server, but it won't be his original, which we haven't used for a while, because for some reason that gives issues. Something to do with one of the updates means that his mission got broken, I think, by the update, so we can't use that. So we're doing some other place. Krasnodar, maybe. Now I'll change my windows. These are sort of they've got slimmer they've got slimmer lenses, so the rim of these ones sort of gets in my line of sight. It's a bit of a nuisance, so I'll put my others on. Those other glasses serve me well, but they're not from the optician. They're from what we have, the pound shop. Perhaps you have the dollar shop, um, where everything costs the same amount. And those glasses they cost me £1, which is very little, almost nothing. And they do well. They do well. But these ones actually, what I've got now, these are prescription ones, and they're what I should wear. They're designed for sort of computer distance, and that's what I should be wearing. They are clearer, actually. Mind you, it might be because I've just given them a wipe over, and the others are probably still filthy. Well, I'm not seeing Laxor in Discord yet, but it will be easier once he's in Discord to communicate. I just heard a bibbit, but I'm still not seeing him on the servers. The other thing I was doing tonight, I think I said earlier, but I don't know if you'd have caught it, was going for sound adjustment, because I thought when I listened to previous streams, the game sounds were definitely way too low, so I brought them up, and I might have Might have overdone it. I might be. I can't hear Lexor now when we're got our engines roaring. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I should get myself set up with a drink whilst I'm waiting for Lexor. Well, I don't know where Alexa's got to. I suppose it could be that he's had trouble and had to reboot his machine. That sometimes happens. He was talking about rebuild. I don't mean like physical rebuild, but software rebuild at some stage, because he sometimes gets issues.
Check squad.
Yep, Roger, get you on squad, get me. You're on Vox.
No, I'm not on Vox, but for some reason you weren't getting my transmission in private.
Try in private again. I'll see if you light up. If you transmitted, you didn't light up.
Well, that's odd because it's lighting up my side.
What do I need to do there then?
I don't know. I mean, if you're not even seeing it.
No, I'm seeing me and I'm seeing you, but I'm not. Hold on a minute. No, that version, that occurrence of Discord isn't working, because when I push my push to talk to you on that one, it doesn't light me up either.
Right,
So I'm going to restart that Discord. That's the PTB one.
I'm just going to have a look at my original just for a second.
Okay, I did try that last night and it got so far, and then I got a whirly wheel again, but it did go in. I can't remember what stage it got to, but I know it sort of froze and I got a whirly wheel.
Yeah. There must be something on there. I'm loath to just delete it all out if I can, because the mission editor doesn't have a problem with it. If I load it as a validate in the mission editor, it's fine. I think it's fine. It's only after it actually goes it's trying to put you on the runway, so to speak, that it goes wrong.
Right.
So it must be trying to spawn effectively a runtime error rather than a compiler on the map. The only thing I can think of is one of the triggers.
If like one of the triggers is constantly triggering or something.
No, it should be that it's constantly triggering. Maybe that it's invalid condition, and the parsing of the condition is erroring, and therefore it's stopping the map from loading.
Okay. Well, going back to the other Discord, it's still not working for me. Can you give me a test transmit? nothing.
Did you close it down, or did you close the window, or did you kill the process?
Oh, right, okay, yeah, I didn't think about that way. I'll close the window, but I'll go kill the process and start again.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm only seeing one occurrence of Discord. I'm not seeing Discord PTB running.
I'm not sure what to say to that.
Well, I should see two, shouldn't I?
One's going to have a different icon because you're actively invoicing one.
Yeah, but I'm only seeing... Oh, what about if I expand it? Do I get two then? Unless I just kill it all. But I should be seeing... Surely I should be seeing two processes. One for each Discord. Because one's Discord and the other one's Discord PTB, isn't it? So I should be seeing two. But I'm not. I'm seeing one with... that expands with to show three below it.
Yeah. Okay. One that expands to show three below it.
Yeah, I've got VIP subs Discord, Discord 32-bit and Discord 32-bit again.
I don't know what that is.
I think I'll have to kill the other Discord, start them both up again and come back to you.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
Right. Test on squad.
Check. Are you receiving? Right.
Right, so
Alright, I was trying.
I don't know if you let go of your key or your thought process stopped.
No, it's because DCS is gone to a white screen and it was swallowing my key press.
Okay.
There's something wrong with the mission because I got in as far as listening to the 109s and now it's gone grey.
Right.
So I'm going to have to relaunch. Right, I'll have another quick look.
Okay.
So I really cannot think what has changed.
Well, the thing that's changed is the game, isn't it? Or the program, rather. Has changed in as much as there was updates, and it seemed to be after one of those major updates that it started to give trouble. Something in the update has broken your mission.
Yeah, I've taken out one unit.
Or perhaps the last unit that you put in, maybe it wasn't a game update, maybe it was the last one you put in, if that was fairly close to it starting to fail.
Yeah, it was a 109 sitting on the runway at wherever it was, Nelchek. I think that's the only change that would have been made. Oh, hang on, what's this? Oh no, yeah, okay, that was the pathing around the bridge. Alright, we'll give it one last shot and then we'll do the, if that doesn't work, we'll do Krasnodar if you want.
Yep.
Right, it's going in, it's like on the loading screen.
Okay.
There's gone again. Don't understand what the difference is. Okay, I guess it's Krasnodar then.
Okay.
I think there's actually a later version of that one as well, but we're on 1.5. I think there's a 1.6.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to update it tonight though. Mainly because I can't remember where to find it.
Okay. Well, what differences would that have possibly?
I think the author just updates it to include any changes in aircraft. Like if they've introduced a new aircraft type, then you'll update it and put it in.
Oh, okay. So that anyone will be able to go in with whatever aircraft they want to go in with.
Okay, it's appearing to be running.
Okay, I'll refresh.
I guess that's the point of this War Thunder, because we only ever fly one level of aircraft, and it's only really one game that we take part in. It's like, well, if you're flying War Thunder, you're doing that pretty much. But with DCS, it's sort of, for me anyway, it starts introducing lots of choice, and I've got to decide which one is worth doing.
Yeah.
Because of like time duration and that sort of thing. Especially on this map where everything is so far away.
This map that I can't get to at the moment because I can't see it. I'll refresh again.
Just make sure that
I don't think it's not showing, so I've got to go in again by IP, have I?
Yeah. I don't know why it's not broadcasting. Unless that's a change. Perhaps non-dedicated clients don't broadcast globally.
Okay, well, I think I'm going in. Or rather, I assume it's finding it. Or so when you do it that way, it takes you straight in, yeah? Rather than saying this one. Yeah, it does. It's right, yeah, it's taking me in.
It should allow you to add it to your favourites.
Well, it's not there to add to my favourites. It used to be.
True. Yeah.
It used to be. But it's not listed at all.
Okay, well, from a mission point of view, just thinking if we look at, what is it? One of the easy ones that we were doing last week to the north of the lake.
Yeah. It's not currently letting me select aircraft.
Isn't it?
No, I mean I'm clicking but nothing's happening. It's not putting my name beside it. Oh, it's now taken me in, I think. I've just clicked fly. Okay. I haven't got an aircraft, I'm in space. I'm totally in space. I've just heard my canopy roll back. Oh, here we are. Now I've got a skeleton aircraft. Yeah. I've got to wait.
I was thinking maybe we do convoy.
Yep.
Attention all aircraft. There are reports of an enemy convoy exiting the town located on the northeast coast of the lake. They are headed northbound on the highway to their outpost on the northern outskirts of Ust-Labinsk. Take out the convoy first, and then lay waste to the outpost.
fair enough.
Why isn't it sent to... Oh. Why is it Track IR never detects DCS properly?
I don't know, it's got me okay. But what have you got it set up to as your default, or for it to choose when you open or when the game opens? Let me just look at mine. Hold on.
It's detected it as Black Shark today.
Yeah, well, I think that's what I have mine set to. Hold on.
I feel like I'm changing it every time I go in. Sometimes it detects it as DCS A10. And the fact that it swallows my push to talk key is really annoying.
Actually, if you set them both to... So Black Shark, I have that as DCS A10. That's my profile that I made. The same profile for... Hang on. Yeah, there's also again DCS A10C, that's the game title, and I've got that also set to DCS A10, my profile. I don't think I ever have any issues like that.
I don't know if you caught that. My last is
no.
Everything seems to try and swallow my push to talk. Voice attack swallows it. Track IR swallows it. DCS when it's breaking swallows it.
Why do we use Control Alt for push to talks? Can't we just use ordinary keys?
Well, with DCS, try finding an ordinary key that's not used for some.
But
the idea of modifiers, the alt modifiers, is that it puts it into a range that isn't commonly used.
What about just Alt instead of Control Alt?
Well, no, because voice attack swallows all key presses. It doesn't matter what you got it mapped to. So voice attack will swallow it. Track IR swallows it. They assume like that level and they process everything rather than DCS.
Why do I not get that issue though?
Well, if you put your focus on voice attack and then try and transmit, do you go green in Discord?
Put my focus on voice attack.
Yeah, and then try and transmit.
What? Click onto the voice attack window?
Yeah.
But why would I do that? I'll never do that.
Because you might need to restart the voice engine.
Oh yeah, but that's only a very quick click, and then you click back onto DCS, don't you? And at the moment, it does have focus, and I'm still transmitting to you. And I'm still using Track IR.
Yeah, mine doesn't. If I put the Track IR window with focus, Track IR swallows it. Discord, fine. Internet Explorer, fine. Everything else, fine. It's just that those handful of stuff that happen to be very prevalent in their use causes me a problem. Perhaps it's just another thing of needing the rebuild.
It could be, because everything is the same for me. It all just stays the same. I've given Track IR the focus, and I've given Track IR the focus, which is on my other monitor. I'm still moving my head, and Track IR is functioning in DCS, and I'm transmitting to you at the same time. So perhaps it is that thing about you said for a while. You know, perhaps do the rebuild.
Well, I'm slowly getting more confident starting this thing up.
Jolly good.
Oh, there's something you might want to look at. There's you can change your ammunition type in the Spitfire now.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. I don't know that I know why I would change it, but I think I have seen that.
You can select like armor penetrating rounds for
Yeah.
ground units, for example.
Yeah. I suppose if
Otherwise, it's a mix. It's a mix. So if you're going specifically for ground units, but you're also firing like incendiaries at an armored vehicle, then that's not going to do much.
Yeah.
So you're going to be more effective.
I might try
going for
changing
ground target ammunition.
I might change it. Got to remember to do that each time now. So I'll just try that. See if my comms are working via voice attack now. No, got to restart the voice attack engine. Takes a while to start the restart the speech engine, doesn't it?
I don't think I've noticed it take ages before.
Do you know what? I accidentally had the wrong button pressed then, or at the same time, and it's come up with unrecognised. Takes a while to restart spent to, and so it got a good chunk of that
Yeah.
as unrecognised. So pick that up, alright. Let's see how this goes. I'll go for comms again. Nope. Got it that time. Oh, they've changed the colour of the screen as well. It's dark now, isn't it, instead of light? That I don't think I've seen that before.
It looks very slick. Visually, it's very slick, but it's incredibly laggy to use.
Right, ammo type, CM combat mix, ground attack. Okay. I'll go ground attack then. Oh, I can choose my livery now.
What? I just changed my livery, but I have no idea what the ground crew are doing to my plane.
What's that?
Let me go. I went to pull away, and they say no, you can't do that. So I don't know what they're doing.
Is it? Perhaps I have to get some paintbrushes out. I'll do the same.
I think that's one of the things where DCS has its faults, is that it doesn't really give you any ground crew information. You select it, and with the exception of repairs, you've got no idea what they're doing. Or even like, if they're... Okay, so now I'm rolling away now, so they've clearly stopped, but they haven't said I'm clear.
Yeah. It changes it straight away, doesn't it?
Yeah. Changes what, the livery?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I've got 126 Squadron, which is like your camo with your allied stripes on it. I'll jump out and take a look.
Right. Yeah, I changed mine for a darker one, which is more pleasing on my eye. For the I-16, that is.
Right. I'm going to try one more, but I'm going to probably stick with 126, I think. Oh, actually, this second tactical Air Force 44. It seems that the black and white is much blacker and whiter somehow. I'll have to go back and try the other one. Oh yeah, it's just that they're wider. I think I might. I'll try them all. I might as well. I think I'm going to stick with this rather gaudy, because let's face it, the purpose of it was so that people would be less inclined to suffer from friendly fire. So it wants to be good and noticeable.
Yeah.
So mine's good and noticeable. Okay, oh, it's worth looking at.
Request rearming. Copy.
Right, so I'm getting my new bullets.
Okay.
There's those two other things that I mentioned in War Thunder to consider as well.
The audio stuff.
Yeah. So by setting one of them, you can click on your other screen without using losing the War Thunder sounds. And the other one was you fire a rocket and it goes way into the distance and strikes the ground, and you hear the bang immediately.
Rearming complete.
Which is wrong.
Yeah.
What happens now, you see the strike, and in the correct speed of sound type scenario, you hear the bang later. So you see the strike and then you hear the strike, which is correct. At the moment in War Thunder, they both happen at the same time, which is wrong, because it means that the sound is travelling at the speed of light.
Yeah. Well, so I think. So the cockpit sounds last night did not sound right.
In the journey, did you fly Spitz or just the Hurricane? Yeah. Slightly. Yeah. Right. Ready to start. I hate to think of how far that convoy's got. I think I might have pushed the wrong button then. I was saying I hate to think how far that convoy has got. We might have a bit of a trek to get it.
I think it's a stationary convoy.
Oh, right. But it's heading north, isn't it? Or will be.
No. It is, the convoy is north of the lake. But it's a static convoy, I think.
But it's heading towards somewhere that we're supposed to then go and hit once we've destroyed the convoy.
No.
I thought it was. They said once you've done that, go and destroy it.
Hang on a second.
Because the mission was once you've destroyed the convoy, go and destroy the wherever it was they're going back to. It's one of their bases or something. I thought that's what they said. Oh, if I'm going that way, I can take the long runway. Ooh, I've got a couple of micro freezers there. I'm getting micro freezes even though it's telling me I've got about 35, 37 FPS.
No. You haven't got a problem with your broadband or anything, have you?
Not that I know of. When it took a download for whatever it took a download for, I think it was for 2020, it did show a very good download speed.
Okay.
Is it that? I think no, it didn't show. No, it doesn't show the speed on that. It must have been DCS. Whatever one it was showing a good download speed. Oh, it was the recent War Thunder update. Yeah, I'd recommend putting the speed of sound on for War Thunder. It definitely felt better to me. But as the lead, who's on my channel, or he was on my channel, if he's still watching, as he was saying, sort of a bit dubious as to how much you'd actually hear it from in the cockpit anyway.
Yes, yeah, that's sort of the main thing, isn't it?
I think it's probably more relevant to tankers.
Yeah, definitely.
But it still feels right, because when you know something's happening in the distance and you see it and you hear it at the same time, that just feels wrong. Right, I think I'm good to go.
The I-16, I don't think has any trim controls.
Alright.
Yeah, now looking at the map, the convoy, I believe, is stationary.
Okay.
Unless it's moving very subtly. No, it's either very slow or it's not moving.
Bit surprised just seeing it from there.
I was looking on the map.
Oh, right. Yeah, it is moving north. I've just zoomed in.
Okay. Well, I think by the time we get there, or at least we'll get there before it's moved too far out. Because we're moving a lot faster than it is.
It hasn't moved very far.
I wish I knew what my dials were in this aircraft so that I knew when I was boiling the oil, boiling the engine and running out of fuel.
Oh, I didn't catch some of that. I've got my engine sound too high. Hold on. Right, now hopefully I'll still hear you.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, I think it's pulled you down as well. I pulled it down in voice meter, but I think it's pulled you down as well. I've probably got to pull it down in the game itself, which is much more awkward at the moment.
Yeah, if you've installed the voice meter cables, you should be able to put Discord on a separate cable and
Well,
then
I've only got
control
one
it
cable.
independently from the one. Oh, okay. I thought you'd brought the cable back as well.
I don't think I did. How would I know if I did?
Invoice? Email invoice?
God, I'd have to look through to find that.
I'd imagine you'd have only done it recently. I don't think I recall saying you downloaded it historically.
I feel as though I haven't got the other cable.
Right.
No, I'm struggling. There you go. I don't know how to overcome it. Because I can't get to the game settings from here, can I? Or can I?
Options might do.
Yeah, I'm going to trim it up a little bit and see if I can.
Yeah, you can get to the game sounds from within game.
Okay.
Cool, you're going a lot faster than me.
Oh, hang on, I can still fly. I thought I was going to lose the aircraft control.
Yeah, the controls you lose control, but audio you don't.
Our resistance fighters in the area were able to set up a smoke marker.
Okay, I've brought the engine sound down now, so hopefully that'll work for you speaking now.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, that's alright. Seen a red smoke. What was that red smoke about?
Red smoke marks last vehicle of the con.
Okay. Okay, so they're moving, as far as we're concerned, right to left.
Yeah.
Hello, Brock. Flying in DCS now. Spit Mark 9. if you're here for a little while, you get to see the startup process if you haven't already. Have you seen DCS? Have you seen the split startup in DCS? Okay, I'm going to cut round to the right and try and come from the at them from the south.
Okay.
Okay, Brock. Alright, well, hopefully there will be a need for me to land, or perhaps I'll crash and have to respawn, and then you'll see more of it from that, and I'll talk through it a bit. Oops, I haven't got my sights and my guns. Okay, sight is on, guns ready. Oh, and still getting freezes, and they're shooting. They're shooting at me. They've shuffled themselves about a bit. I've got 2 units.
Yeah, I think I've got eyes on the one that was firing. It's one on the very end, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one I was going for initially. He's firing now.
Safely low.
Say again?
Safely low.
Safely low?
Yeah, you kicked up an awful lot of dust on that pass.
Yeah, it was close on that.
I'm making a pass at that vehicle.
Me too. I think you got it.
I nearly hit you. I've got eyes on the other firing. They've got eyes on me. I'm going to have to extend.
They've got my prop pitch cable.
I've got my frame rate.
Oh right. I've got no variable prop pitch. I've got no prop pitch control. Quite a few warning shots over their head, only because I missed the vehicle.
I think I hit him. I must have hit him. Didn't hit him.
Floating about all over the place here.
Yeah, my
Perhaps
engine's
I've got
I'm going to be down.
Say again?
I will be down. They've got my engine.
Okay. This is feeling very floaty. Maybe I've lost a bit of control. My wing is a bit peppered, but doesn't look that bad.
We are not going to make it home, I don't think.
Okay. Like a missile launcher, or one of those lorries is long, as if it's got like missiles on the back or something, or a launcher. So I'm going to go for that one now.
I can't even identify a dial that's giving me an indication of damage other than my airspeed, which is almost nothing. I wonder if I can get a grass landing. Well, actually, not with this undercarriage.
I've got some damage on him and he jumped out of the way. I'll have another go at him. Or is that the one that's burning? I'm not sure. I've got to be careful not to burn my engine out now because of the lack of control. We've got about 7 or 8 units left.
Game over. Game over.
Game over?
Yeah, I'm down.
Oh, right. Since 7 units remaining. I think I should RTV now. I suppose there's a nearer airfield, is there?
Unfortunately not, no. Well, the nearest one is the one that's just to the north of Krasnodar.
Yeah.
That's not near enough.
Set my boost to 0 and it's currently doing about 3,300 revs as opposed to normal 270. Brock Retro informs me that he's watching both our streams.
Yep, he's in on my open chat right now.
I was going to show Brock the start up at some point for the split. So I might come in, instead of getting repaired, I might just jump, get a new aircraft, and show the startup. How does that sound to you, Brock? Hey, we've got a thumbs up. Okay. Just got to check, is Vleed still with me? Just give me a yes if you're there, Vleed. It's only showing one viewer, so I suspect that's Brock. Yeah, Brock's there. I think Vleed's gone. It's just I'm just not confident about the number that it's telling me. It's telling me one person viewing, whereas before it said there were none and there were 3. So the actual count of viewers is a little bit possibly suspect. So, as long as I know someone's there, then it's worth me talking. Otherwise I spend a load of time speaking to myself. Yeah, I know that can be the case. I think at least more so with YouTube. YouTube chat used to be pretty notoriously unreliable. It'd stop giving you the chat. So people would be putting stuff in, I'd see nothing, and then later on a whole raft of stuff would come in that I hadn't seen. So you fancy seeing the start up of the Spitfire there, Brock? Roger that. Okay, well I mean in reality it'd probably be quicker anyway, because it takes 3 minutes. If I was to say repair me, I don't know how much you know of DCS, but I can get the ground crew to repair me, but that takes 3 minutes. I might as well get a new aircraft, especially, I mean normally I'd get repaired, but in this instance, because of showing, I'll get a new aircraft. Would they repair me at that small airfield, do you think?
I don't know. You could try it.
Yeah, or can I change the aircraft at that airfield? I don't know about that either.
No, you won't be able to. You won't
Probably
be able to
can't.
respawn.
No, you probably
that
can't.
thing.
Yeah.
It might give you a refuel. I don't know.
There's very little in the way of buildings around there.
Yeah.
I'm going to land what I would believe to be into wind. Yeah, DCS is much more immersive because you've got to fly it. You've got to, all your controls work, all your dials work. So yeah, more immersive definitely. But you need a suitable system. Do you normally fly with the joystick? Oh, great, great. That'd be good. So as long as your computer's up to speed, that'd be great to have those things. If you've got rudder pedals, stick throttle, track IR. Yeah. Do you use voice attack? Voice attack. Voice attack is a free program, highly recommended, but not totally reliable, so it can be a bit frustrating. But a lot of the stuff in War Thunder especially, a lot of the stuff I use voice commands, so I will say returning, and then it will put up a radio message to the team that I'm returning. And there's loads of stuff. You just give it a vocal order and it carries out the strokes on the keyboard that you would normally do if you're using the keyboard for that kind of thing. And it's free. I've paid for it and got the full version, and I definitely love it. Right, have a look into it. Have a look into it because it's great. When I was sitting on the ground earlier on, I wanted to change my livery, yeah, because I had a different paint job before. So I just say comms. Yeah, you're welcome. I just say
What a bit
comms,
of stutter there.
and it brings up the communications. So I can talk to ATC, I can talk to ground crew, and there's various stuff. So yeah, I don't have to push any buttons. I never touch my keyboard. Yeah, I use the I've got a HOTAS, I've got the Warthog. As if you're watching my stream, you'll be seeing that anyway. So I never have to touch my keyboard. Right, so I'll put it on the stream. I'm going to land in this direction because it's into wind. Although I took off in this direction, or rather from the direction in front of me, that was actually probably not into wind. So I'm going to land into wind.
Okay.
Get out.
My engine is stuttering and I've got no idea
Flaps.
why. I think I'm actually going to... Oh, the temperature's way up. Oh, I forgot to open the...
See, in a
Not
spit,
sure
you're
if
never
I've lost it.
in a spit. You're never down just because you got your wheels on the ground, are you? I just wrecked that. Got my wheels on the ground and wrecked it. It's a piloting job, just getting along the runway at speed and slowing down. So I'm not going to get a repair. I'm going to jump and get a new airplane.
Yeah, I might be doing the same in a second, and I haven't even fired a round.
All right.
Forgot to open the engine cowling radiator.
All that time?
Yep.
Oh dear.
So my water temperature is at 250. I'm not sure if I boiled it.
Oh right. I thought that was air cooled.
Oh, maybe that's engine temperature then.
Yeah. That probably just means it's running badly, because I'm sure it's an air cooled. It's a radial engine. I think it's air cooled. Right. I've now spawned in. Okay, so I'm now going to talk to Brock for a little while and tell him what I'm doing whilst I'm starting this engine. Right, are you with me, Brock? Are you still with me? I know there's a 15-second or so delay before you can even get that message. It's defaulted me to the original livery, so I've lost my white stripes. So I'll probably put them back on in a minute.
Yeah, it defaults every time.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for Brock to confirm that he's still got the stream, so that I'll start the start-up process when he's ready. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm explaining to Brock what I'm doing now.
Okay.
Actually, a nice little touch on this, Brock. If I jump in the cockpit, and you'll see if I look to my right and then jump out of the cockpit, the pilot's looking to the right. It's just a nice little touch. You can bail out as well, and you'll look up and see the canopy above you of the parachute. I'll jump back in. First of all, I'll check my control surfaces, I suppose. Just in case something got unmapped. I know the aircraft isn't going to break, but things do sometimes get unmapped, and it's still well worth making those checks because of that. I'll put my lights on just to let people know I'm starting up. And my nav lights. They're not ever so bright, but they are there. I'll jump out. I've got 3 white lights and the port and starboard red and green lights. Wingtip. Here we go. Right, first of all, sometimes I have to stop speaking because my push to talk uses the control key, and when I do that, it prevents some things from working. So sometimes I've got to stop talking while I do something. Right, well, the first things I'm going to do is put my brake on. The brake on the Spitfire, in case you don't know, I'll say all this in case you don't know. That lever down the center is the brake lever, and the way it works is that you squeeze that brake lever, and depending on whether you got right rudder or left rudder, it will put braking on the appropriate wheel. So if I want to turn right, just do that and squeeze the brake lever, which I use this for. So I'm putting the brake fully on for now. Must remember to take that off when I want to move. I'm also going to put the prop pitch lever fully forward. That one there. And apparently, just a point of trivia, it's left like that normally in reality because it's a cable, and if you leave it like that, you've got permanent strain on the cable, even though the aircraft's just sitting there for however long it sits before it's next used. So they get left like that so as to not put strain and stretch on the cable. So we want it fully forward for this. Right. Now I normally like to put my panel lights on. Oh, before I go any further, because I often forget this, and I'll that makes it all good to do. There is a switch, if I can get my head in the right place, there, that turns on the light to show the gear status. You can do it by simply job, because there's a little bar underneath there that catches on the switch. Right. I usually like to put my panel lights on, although it seems quite bright, it's still worth having them on. And there's two covers for buttons there where I'm trying to move my head to get, oh, it's lost it now. Just above the fuel cock lever there's two black covers for the booster and the starter. They're a safety device, so we'll go uncover them. Right, so they're open, and now I'm ready. I'm going to turn on the fuel pump. I'm using switches here for the fuel pump and for the fuel cock. At the back here I've got two switches that I'm using for the magnet, to turn those two switches on. Right, so put the fuel on. Hopefully you'll hear the fuel pump. It's quiet, you might be getting it. Did he make it? Did he make it? Lexor make it on the landing or not? I'm now going to open the fuel cock. It'll be center screen. And he didn't make it. Alright. It happens. Right, okay. Now I want to put my magnetos on. Magnetos on, prop pitch fully forward, brake fully on, and fuel pump is on, and the booster and starter covers are open. I now need to press those two buttons, but I can't do that with the mouse, so I use the home and delete keys on the keyboard. One of the rare times that I use keyboard, but I'm not flying, I'm only sitting on the ground, so that's okay. Home and delete keys, press them at the same time. Once the engine is turning over and it starts to catch, then I have to throw this lever, the mixture control. I have to throw that forward, which I do with a button that I've got around the back of the throttle unit there. So it's press those two, once it's turning, hit that button, and we should be running. But I'm going to just crack the throttle by about that much before we start, double checking that the brake is on. So now I can push those two buttons, home and delete key, and throw forward the idle. Here we go. Just a point of interest, I can lean out. Watch that, see? I can lean out. Once the cockpit's closed, you can't. Obviously, because it's in the way. So that's it's an accuracy that I like to see. What have I forgotten? Oh, I didn't prime it. I didn't prime it. That's because I'm talking. Right, here we go again. Okay, engine's running. Whilst that's running, and in theory we're supposed to let it warm up. In the meantime, while it's doing that, I'll set my altimeter. I'll also set about a third of a division of nose down, which is something that's about what I like to have, but a lot of people would say about a division or less. It would be nice if track IR lost some of its sensitivity as you zoom in, because it can be touchy. About a third of a division now, and I'm gonna, once again, this is touchy, but I'm now gonna give it some right rudder. Once again, when I tried to move that, then it didn't go because I had my push to talk button thrown, so I had to let go just so I could get the rudder trim going. I'm going to put on the pitot heat. I don't suppose I'll get in high altitude, but I'll put it on anyway. Okay, so engine's running, everything's good. All I've got to do is take the brake off and taxi, but what I should be doing is asking permission, really. So I'll just demonstrate that as if I hadn't started the engine yet. I'm going to use voice attack to get comms, hopefully. Top right of the screen there, I'm going to choose F8 for ground crew. No, I'm not. I'm going to I'm going to choose ATC F5. Now I'm going to choose Krasnodar F1. And F3.
Krasnodar, in field 4-1, request startup.
Pretend I haven't already started. You like in DCS? Ah, right. Now look, see, human error, and this is what happens if you don't do it right. The reason I didn't get a response on that is because I hadn't turned my radio on. There we go. I'll do it again. I'll ask for permission again to start the engine, even though it's started, because you have to go through that procedure before you can get to the next bit.
Krasnodar, in field 4-1, request startup.
They'll respond now.
Field 4-1, Krasnodar, cleared for startup.
Right, so now I can start the engine. I will, because I have. Now I'll request taxi.
Pontiac 7-1, Krasnodar, clear to taxi to runway 9.
Oh, they've already told me I'm clear to taxi. That's fine. I didn't have to ask for it. When I get to the runway, I'll ask for permission to take off. Yeah, that's an odd thing, and apparently it is. Actually, I've seen a bit of video of a guy flying actually a Mark 9 Spit, and when he starts it up, it's bouncing all over the place, and I think it needs to have the movement to get it to float back into its natural position. But this, yeah, the artificial horizon on this video, it was bouncing around all over the place when he started it up. So I'll take the brake off and I will taxi to the runway. Remember, to taxi, it's rudder and the appropriate rudder with the brake lever, and that's really uncomfortable, but that's the way a Spit works. So when we're using toe brakes in War Thunder, that's wrong. So brake off, throttle up to about, I think about 1100-1200 revs.
Pontiac 7-1,
There we go.
unable to clear for takeoff. Enfield 4-1, hold position.
That's me. Why is
Enfield
it?
4-1, hold position.
Why is it telling me to hold position?
Enfield 4-1, hold position.
I think that's me. Am I
Enfield
Enfield?
4-1, hold position.
I can't remember which one I am.
Enfield 4-1, hold position. Enfield 4-1, hold position. Enfield 4-1,
I'll
hold
check with
position.
Lex. For Lexawar, do you happen to know if I'm Enfield 4-1? Or how I can find out?
You are Enfield 4-1, yeah, so if you go onto the map and just click on U, it shows you your
Oh,
call
yeah.
sign.
Hold position. Krasnodar, Enfield 4-1. Request taxi to runway.
I'll be clear of the runway in a second. Sorry, I forgot to ask where you were.
That's you. You're 4-1 then.
No, I'm on the runway.
Hold position. Enfield 4-1. Hold position. Enfield 4-1. Hold position. Enfield 4-1. Hold position.
So it's difficult to show it, but my mouse is now pointing down bottom left-hand corner. I am Enfield 4-1.
Hold position. Enfield 4-1. Hold position.
Do as I'm told, and I'll hold.
Enfield 4-1. Hold position.
Yeah, he wants me to stay put, but I don't.
Krasnodar, you are cleared for takeoff when ready. Climb
He wants me to stay here whilst Laxdor takes off, as far as I can tell.
I'm clear, I'm clear.
Roger that.
Pontiac 7-1. Unable to clear for takeoff.
You're not Pontiac 7-1, are you?
Continue taxi.
Probably. Yeah,
I'm
probably.
gonna go. I'm gonna roll. Stop telling me to hold, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, I saw that film too, Sheep. Unfortunately, sorry, wrong button.
Lead. I'm just explaining to Brock about start up for a spit and taxi and all that sort of stuff. Now I've only got to just lose my concentration for a second and it's all over the place.
Sorry, second.
Sorry, that was really for my stream, but it's a fact
Okay.
anyway. Taxi and a spit. You've only got to take your
Okay.
concentration away for a second and you're all over the place. I am anyway. So no toe brakes. I'm reverting back onto my other push to talk now to talk to my stream.
Okay.
Enfield 4-1. Unable to clear for takeoff. Enfield 4-1. Krasnodar, you are cleared for takeoff when ready. Climb 30.
I went a little bit too far onto the runway and he's automatically given me permission rather than me holding back and asking for permission, but either way I've got permission. I'm going to explain about the takeoff in the spit in a minute. Nothing like War Thunder. This is an accurate model, not War Thunder isn't. Okay, brake is fully on. I have to remember that when I take off. Right, now to take off in the spit. It's stick back, full right aileron and throttle up. In theory I won't throttle up beyond about 8 boost on that red dial on the right. Chances are I'll go beyond that, but ideally I'll keep it to about 8. as we're going along, I will be what they refer to as dancing on the rudder pedals to keep us straight along the runway, and at the same time I'll be gradually bringing my stick back to the normal position. The nose will drop, and then we're to a point where I'm going to take off. If I can keep an eye on the speedo, or airspeed indicator I suppose I should say, for about 90 or something like that, I can then, if it doesn't go up on its own, I can just rotate, just pull back just slightly to get it to go up. Once I've done that, I will need to bring up my gear, so you'll see the gear indicator change, and I'm not sure if this is the right order, but I then adjust my trim to give me one division of nose up on the nose up indicator, just one division, and I'll then adjust my prop pitch, which this lever here, I'll pull it back to give me about 2,700 revs, about there. Once I've done that, I'll close the cockpit. Why is the cockpit open? Because if there's an accident, the crew want to be able to come and get me out straight away. They don't want to have to fight through a reinforced glass cockpit, so they want to be able to get me out. So when you take off and when you land, you have the cockpit open. Right, I'm gonna put my other earphone in because I took it off because number 3 son came in. I had a quick word, so I could hear him. I took it out. So I'm gonna put that back in, get myself ready, have a little think, make sure I got everything right, and take off. I'll try to mention what I'm doing as I do it, but I've already told you the procedure, so if I don't say it, you'll have to try and remember it. Okay, so first thing is I must take the brake off, or is it will nose over. Brake fully off, stick back, full right aileron, and throttle up, and dancing on the pedals. Now what I'm going to try and do is adjust track IR so that you can see the pedals without me having to move my head too much. So hold on. I'll use voice attack actually to center track IR. I don't know if you saw that, but it did move slightly. That's about where I'd normally have it, I think. Right, stick back, full right aileron, brake is off, throttle up, dancing. Letting the stick come slowly forward. So gear up. Just trim. Adjust prop pitch. Close canopy. Notice it goes different sound. It's actually quieter when you open your canopy when you're coming into land. There's quite an increase in noise. Nice plane, yeah. What are you thinking of? I didn't set the maybe. Hold on a minute, I'll come back on that lead. So what are you thinking about DCS, Brock? I think probably it is, yeah, I think the War Thunder one is more bouncy. And it's also very wrong in one respect. When you come into land in War Thunder in a spit, you drop your flaps and your nose pushes up. That's wrong. This is an accurate model. When I drop my flaps in this, if anything, the aircraft is going to fall. It doesn't do the same as it does in War Thunder. When I'm flying in War Thunder, if I put my flaps down and spit to land, I have to push the stick quite noticeably forward to prevent the nose up. That's wrong. That's just wrong. Well, they got a Dora in DCS. Yeah, go for DCS. Go for DCS. Right now, Vleed was saying about altimeter, weren't you? Can you repeat what you were saying about that for me, Vleed? Yeah, the 109 and the 190, iconic, fantastic aircraft. By the way, I now have a switch, which I've got a two-way switch on my my prop pitch lever. One puts the sight on, and the other one makes my guns ready. So I'll put my sight, my illuminated sight on, and I make my guns ready. That pip at the top of the stick, guns are ready. Right, now 29.82. I don't know how you do that on here, to be honest. It's an altimeter. I don't know how you do it. So I just set it to 0 feet on the altimeter when I'm on the tarmac. Maybe other aircraft, you've got that option. Maybe it is that down the bottom. You know what, I've never really examined that properly. Just drifted off course. And of course I've got all my lights on, which I doubt if you'd actually want to do it in combat. You don't want to make yourself too lit up, but for our purposes it helps us to identify, not so much identify, but just it's a light that might stand a chance of catching our attention. And if nothing else, it looks pretty. Rock, I saw that you wanted the Dora, yeah, and that you like it and you want to learn to fly it. I saw those bits. Was there something else that I missed? Well, I don't really have to imagine much, because what I'm doing is I'm pulling the prop pitch back to give a 2700 RPM on the engine. Now that's handy. I can see Laxor's little mark there, so that's telling me where the enemy are. I think it might be time for me to get a tot of rum soon. I probably shouldn't be in the air when I do that. Be in the air once I've got it. I'm roughly what might be called about a map square or two away from the target area. Once again, the supercharger I'm pretty ignorant about, I've got to say that, but there is some stuff down there to the left of the boost gauge, and which I should really look into, but I just never have. I've got the throttle right back, of course. The throttle is right back here, so it will go a lot further than that.
Making a pass for the one unit in front of the trees.
Roger. Oh, I see him. Well, is that the only one left?
In that group, yeah.
Oh, so the other group being a bit more north, yeah? They're parked up, I can see them. I'll leave you with this one then. I think I might take the straggler on this one. There's one to one side.
Multiple firing targets in the group by the station.
Again?
Multiple firing units.
Okay. Is that infantry? Must be.
No,
There's no
there's a lot of
vehicles.
guns. Yes, there are.
What, in that field?
No, in the actual where they were heading.
Oh, they just seem to be. What I saw appeared to be coming from somewhere within the field, but obviously I suppose that wasn't the case.
They're firing at you now, and there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I've got a line of them in front of me, if I can get away with it.
But we've got about 5 or 6 firing units.
Taking a few out. Oh, and they just took me out.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm not sure
if that's a rocket or what.
AI Gaz 66. I don't know, but it was a hell of a strike.
Yeah.
Looks like I'm gonna be going through start-up operations again. I'm gonna take this opportunity to slide myself out, get a glass, and have myself a little drop. I'll be back in a very short time. I just realised you jumped in a spit.
Oops, wrong button. I put it to the stream not to fly, and Iron Sheep said Spitfire.
Oh, I can't think why. Probably because it's the best aircraft in the planet. Oh, you're still there, I just realised. Okay.
So, Iron Sheep is in your stream.
Hey?
So,
No,
I
Iron
didn't quite
Sheep.
see what you meant.
I'm saying that you're next to me. I didn't realise you were there. I spawned in. I looked to my left, but I didn't look to my right. I realised you were there.
Oh, I see. Right.
So sorry, wrong button. You'll often hear us say wrong button where we've hit the wrong. We've got with each full. Lexor has got and we each have 3 different push to talk buttons. Okay, so we can each talk to our own stream, 1 button. We can each talk to both streams. That's another button. Or we've got another button where we can talk to each other privately if it's nothing to do with the game. So we have to remember which one we're going to use. And you'll often hear, you know, oh, wrong button, sorry. Okay. Try to remember to look at that altimeter when I adjust that to see if 0 equates to those numbers, 29, whatever it was. Okay. Right, fuel pump if you can. Sorry, fuel pump if you can hear it. It's very quiet. Fuel cock. Putting on the magnetos. Brake it on. Throttle. Prop pitch is fully fine. Prime it this time. And I think I'm ready to start. Double check, always double check the brake is on. Here we go. I'm not going to ask permissions and stuff because it just takes too long. Right, altimeter. No, I can't see that those numbers at the bottom relate because I think it was 29, wasn't it? Something. If you're there, oh, bleed's gone. Bleed's gone. Unless Brock can scroll back through the chat, because that takes me off doing this if I do that. Right. I'm really not sure what that other little gauge is about. So I'll now adjust my nose down. Yeah, in War Thunder there's a setting, I think for track IR, sensitivity and zoom, so that when you zoom in it becomes less sensitive, which makes it much easier to use. Wish it had it in this, but it doesn't seem to. Right, so now I'll adjust my rudder trim. I'm using the POV for this, and oops, bit of a backfire there. Put my pitot heat on. Okay, I'm good to taxi. I didn't look at the artificial horizon when I pulled away last time, so I should try to do that now. Brake off. Don't need the stick at all. Throttle, rudder pedals, and brake lever. I shouldn't be looking at that. By the way, another point of interest. Are you still there, Brock? Right, the other point of interest, I'm going to put the brake on for a minute. The other point of interest is, if I look there, I'm hoping you can see my cursor. These are light bulbs, because in the spit the illuminated sight is this, and on the end of this cable is the light bulb that plugs in there, but the light bulb would blow. So they had 3 spares. Not a lot of people know that. Right, I'll be back in a second. Before I go any further, Brock, whereabouts on the planet do you hail from? Whereabouts you at? You stateside, or you UK, or some other place? Yeah, somehow I just had that feeling that you probably were East Coast. Oh right, so you're not too far behind us then. Okay. Yeah.
But
I do get various people from the States, as we do, especially at this time of night, just starting to get on sometimes at this time of night. So, which is good. It's nice to have the international contact. I'll be getting rolling in a second. Okay, I was just talking to number 3 son there. He's off now, so I can carry on with my taxi.
Okay. I'm about halfway up the lake at the moment.
Okay. I might do the short takeoff. Explain that to my stream. Right, now for the sake of, well, thankfully he already knows, but for the sake of Brock, this runway, or this taxiway, takes me up to a point on the runway which is, gives me plenty of runway to my right and a very short runway to my left. But that will be, theoretically, going to the left will be taking off into wind, because of the prevailing wind is likely to come from that direction. So it can be useful because there's also a battle that goes on in that direction sometimes. So rather than going all the way up there and making a big turn, I do the short takeoff, but it's very short. My wheels lift off just as I get to the grass area at the end of the runway. So I might do it that way. I'll probably throttle up more than I should for that as well. Trying to show you my feet while as I'm doing this, but it's difficult because I have to look down a bit for the feet, but my eyes have to tilt up I have to tilt up to see where I'm going. See, look, it's almost like it's very short. I've done it a number of times. Will I do it this time? Brake fully on. I've got my rudder trim, I've got my nose down trim. I have set the altimeter and I didn't see anything that tied in with those numbers. So on that very small gauge at the bottom. So stick back, full right aileron, forward, dance on the pedal, on the rudder pedals, etc. And I'll try to show the rudder pedals as I'm going, and say I've got to gradually bring the stick back to its normal position like that as I'm taking off. And this is a very short bit of runway. Stand by. Brake is on. Brake fully off. Stick back. Here we go. See what I mean? Yeah, that is a very short takeoff, even for a spit, which doesn't need that much. I think it's a very short takeoff. Yeah, those the light bulbs that I was saying about, the black section is probably black on the bit that we see, but I imagine it's silvered on the inside so as to give plenty of reflected light for the site itself. I can also, if it's a bit bright, I can put my green sight visor up. No, I didn't. That must have sounded a bit odd for a Spitfire then. Did it look a lot different? It looks like Lexor's getting some success up there, look. The Ural 4320T's being destroyed.
Oh, I got some hits on me.
We've got what?
Got some hits on me. I don't know where that came from.
I thought you said I've got something on me. I thought you meant that there's an AI aircraft cropped up. I can't even see your marker yet. So
I'm north of the unit, so I made a pass. If you come in high and then make a really fast diving pass, you might get away with it.
okay. So what you're suggesting coming from the south?
Well, in whatever direction works from the south is probably best for you, because that's the direction we're coming from anyway. But if you basically get some altitude and make it so that you're a really fast moving target, you might just be able to dodge their tracking speed.
Right. So they are chucking up missiles at us, are they?
I don't know about the missile. I think if I'd have been hit by a missile, I'd have known about it. I think there's just some quite high power guns down there.
Yeah. That one had got me. Bang, that was it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not impossible there's a missile down there. I could come up with a Harrier and chuck in some Mavericks if you want.
Whatever floats your boat, really.
Say again?
Whatever floats your boat. They're all garbled into one, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. It's a shame that there's not like a forward operating base or something like with an airstrip.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I did make my pass alive, but it was one pass. I got one pass, and that was it. So I'm now returning to base for repair.
Ah, right, okay. Well, I'm trying to read a very long message from my chat there, which I've got to scroll up for, because I've only got a very small chat window by choice. I've made it bigger by choice. Is when I go onto the chat window, it takes the focus away from the game. So then if the aircraft is diving, I've got to make sure I click back onto the game screen to be able to control it. That'd be interesting to look at, Brock. Yeah, I must have a little look at that. But probably not tonight, because one of my main phrases is, right, I'm going to close down now, close the stream, just check a few things like emails and stuff, and an hour later is when I actually turn in, bearing in mind that I'm probably starting to shut down at 2:30 in the morning. That's Lexa's little blue dot. Oh yeah, he's leaking something. You're venting something. I guess it must be fuel if you're not water cooled.
Well, I'm in a Spitfire now.
You're in the Spit, of course you are, yeah.
Seeing
yeah.
anything coming out the back?
Say again?
I'm not seeing anything coming out the back when I go
Yeah,
third person.
Yeah, you've got a stream of white, like steam, coming out. That could be your venting.
Wing. The fuel tanks in the wing.
Yeah, there'll be fuel tanks in the wing, I believe. Or is it? I don't know. No, you've got it. No, you've got it on the header tank in front of you, and one that you sit on, basically. I don't know if they have got them in the wing. I can't remember. It's mainly the wing is taken up with guns, so I don't think there's fuel tanks in the wings. The wings are very slim, and that was one of the things about trying to fit guns on them. Brock was saying about the Germans captured a Spitfire and shoved the DB605-109 engine in it. And that was obviously interesting, but apparently it got blown away in an air raid, so after all that.
Well, that'll be the next premium aircraft that comes out in War Thunder.
Probably. That's another little nice touch where the vehicle burns for a while and then you see it explode. That's quite nice. Ah, they got me. I was at reasonably high speed, I think.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the altitude, it's get high so that you can dive and pick up a ton of speed.
Yeah. Your right wing's in a mess, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that is venting from the engine, I would say. That's just overheating. What's your temperature like? Oh, that's close. What's your temperature like?
Well, the air temperature is fine. Engine temperature is like...
So your water temperature?
50 degrees? Unless the gauge is broken.
So that should be alright. Yeah, it could be the gauge is busted, yeah. And you're squirting
60.
something out of the wing. There's something squirting out of one of the holes in the wing. I'm just trying to think...
I'm not seeing anything when I look at my plane. Either first person or third person.
Okay, well you can actually, hold on. Just taking a screenshot, I'll stick it in Skype for you, you'll see what I mean.
Spreadsheet saying I'm empty, which is possibly why it's...
Yeah, deadly, deadly triple A. I'll grab another plane. And then jump into another plane.
Roger.
Change my livery again, I think. Sorry, I do have the option to put bombs on, but I'm useless with bombs, really am. So, and I don't consider myself a bomber, I consider myself a fighter pilot, so I don't put bombs on.
Request rearming. Copy.
And I didn't change my ammo, I meant to change it to ground unit, ground strike. Yeah, got a little damage there, yeah. Sometimes it's useful to know an age range, because if I'm talking to people about like this sort of stuff, what what decade age range would you put yourself in there, Brock? You don't have to be exact, just a rough idea. I mean, you could be 13, you could be 20, you could be 62. I don't know. Oh, right, okay. That's a really good time to be doing this. I wish I was doing this at that time. I'm a bit beyond that 25 mark. Okay, so I'll go through startups. Get me rum out of the way first. Brake. Prop it. The panel lights are a bit odd. They go so far and then it's like they turn off. Oh, I've got the brake. Right. Yeah, yeah. Take that step. Graduate to DCS because you don't have to stick to one. Laxor and I do plenty in War Thunder, and very often we start in War Thunder. Sometimes we don't get out of War Thunder because it's been too much fun. And then DCS is a different ball game entirely because you're actually what you're seeing here. If you could remember all that I've done, which is not a lot in honesty, but if you remembered all that and jumped into an actual Spit Mark 9, you would be able to start it up, and you would know how to taxi it, like with rudder and brake, and you would know about takeoff. Those things are real. You would be able to get in a Spitfire and start it up from what you've seen tonight, because that's how accurately it's all modelled. We also fly in Microsoft FS 2020, their recent flight sim. That's really good as well. Of course, there's no combat in that, and this can have combat on the ground, or you can choose air combat, or you can put it in it. You can join people in air combat. Well, you're going to have to get DCS and get yourself a Dora. I think here, if I remember right, it's about 30 to 40 quid, which I'm guessing to be about 50 something dollars for you, maybe, for the Dora. I'm not dead sure because I only ever fly Spits. The only aircraft I want is a Spit. Honestly, that's all I want because I just love them. So, but I know how good those other aircraft are. 50 or 60, is it? Oh, okay. Would that be putting it beyond the budget or what? Oh, well, there you go. There you go. You're set up. You're ready. Is your
So
sorry? Yeah, sorry. I'm doing your trick.
okay.
Wrong button. Yeah. So well, that's good. I mean, you can go for it. It's just a case of whether your PC's up to spec, because it wants ideally 16 gig of RAM, but I used to do it with 8 until my upgrade. I upgraded because my motherboard was suspect, so I changed motherboard and various other bits and pieces. Motherboard, new chip, increase from 8 to 16 gig of RAM, and it copes okay. I've got 27 FPS at the moment, which is not ideal, but it's okay. It's okay. So it depends on the spec of your computer. I see you say you work full time and sometimes more. So does that mean overtime in the same job, or other jobs on the side, like I don't know, working in a band or something? Well, that's okay. I did a lot of that myself, believe me. Saturdays and Sundays sometimes. It all works, doesn't it? It all helps. So that's good. But I also pulled in dough because I worked in a band for 20 years or so. I pulled in some dough from that. Yeah, see, I kind of got to the point where I was just there's always something more to do, and I would be there to do it. You know, on my last job before I quit, I would be there till sometimes 7:30, 8 o'clock in the evening, having started about 8 o'clock in the morning, and it was like fairly mental work. I was I was working mainly on spreadsheets, i.e. creating. I'm not talking about putting numbers in boxes. I'm talking about creating functional spreadsheets, which I loved. You know, it's really good stuff. Really good stuff. But I say I got also got money in from playing in the band. Bands are great. War Thunder's great. DCS is great. Any of that amount of that you can get is great. But obviously, you know, there's other commitments in there. But it's whatever you can get in. I'm not very good at talking to people that are watching and getting on with starting the aircraft, am I? So fuel pump on and fuel cock on. So yeah, you'd be able to start, and likewise if you manage to get yourself into a 190, once you've done it here, you'll be able to do it for real, because that's how close these models are. So what did you play? I suppose most people like, a good chance it's going to be guitar. I used to do bass and main vocals in the band when I was doing it. Yeah. Sorry, wrong one again. Yeah, I played bass and vocals in the band. Well, I quit the band in 2005. But
That was incredibly cheeky.
what was?
That's right. No,
You did the wrong button. So for all those on Laxor's and my stream, see what I mean about sorry, wrong button. Yeah, so yeah, I was gigging till about 2005, but we'd been going for 20 years, so that was well long enough, and I was suffering joint issues. So, and to be honest, this is not to do with flying, is it now? But never mind. If you're happy to listen, I'm happy to tell you. Yeah, so. I for over 20 years, because I was playing bass, and obviously before that I played guitar, but because I was playing bass, I didn't imagine I'd be able to play guitar again because of my joint issues. My left wrist, that wrist does not bend. It is solid like a stick, right? And this wrist bends, if I can show you, that much. That's as much as it moves. So when you want to play guitar with that situation, it ain't best. And I thought for 20 odd years I thought I'd never play again, but recently I've had good cause to pick up a guitar, and I've got back into it, and I am finding that I'm okay. I can play. As an example, Scarborough Fair, which is got a lovely piece of guitar work in it. I love it. So I've been doing Scarborough Fair just recently, and it still needs work, and it's going to need work for a while, because I'm fighting all sorts of stuff, including atrophy of the muscles of the left forearm, because of the fact that the restrictions in the movement on the wrist means that I haven't used the forearm as much as I would do. So I've got to build up the muscles in that, and then there's the muscle memory of the fingers going to the, so that if you're fretting the fourth string, you want to be playing the fourth string. That doesn't always happen. That's to do with muscle memory. It's gradually coming back. I'll continue getting the aircraft started, shall I? Yeah, and it's not just adaptability. It's a case of I'm gonna do it. And that's sort of what happened with me. I picked up the guitar and found I could do a couple of little bits. I actually eventually bought a new guitar. I got a short scale guitar, which enables me to reach certain things better because of the situation of the wrist. And yeah, so I can't do much. I really can't do much. But the point is, I can do some. It might be 22 fret. You know what? I haven't counted. It probably is actually. No, maybe not even that. If you're able to hang on a minute, I might even tilt my camera up, show you. but yeah, it's a short scale. But it's a case of deciding that you want to do it. And I honestly did not believe I'd ever be able to play guitar again, because I played bass for so long, right? And that's a different thing entirely. So playing 6-string guitar did not seem on the cards at all. Yeah, I agree about simple music. Having said that, some music is less simple than it might feel initially. I mean, Scarborough Fair to me has been quite. Thank you, awesome story. Thank you. Scarborough Fair has been a hell of a challenge, to be honest. But it's getting there, and I'm almost done. I will get to a point where I can play from start to finish without going, wait a minute. I will get there. And another one I've been working on, I don't know do you know Sting's Shape of My Heart? It was the music used at the end of a film called Leon. A really good film and amazingly long. But yeah, it's a fantastic piece of guitar music. And that's one of the bits of music that pulled me back into it. I was determined to get that. But if you have a listen, have a listen to Sting Shape of My Heart. Yeah, look it up. Actually, if you look at Shape of My Heart, it'll probably bring you up a video of Leon. It will show you the music being played on over certain snatches of the film, black and white, if I remember right. But the guitar work is absolutely lovely. It really is, and I can get it for the most part, but sometimes I have to stop and just work on it a fraction to get my fingers there. And there's one particular chord, I think it's something like an F sharp diminished ninth or something, and it's an awkward shape, and it's further down the fretboard. I've never used the fretboard distance as much as I have on this song, because it starts on you're at the 14th fret, which for me is right on the body of the guitar, 14th fret, and it works down to the 2nd fret, so you're working between the whole range. It's good in that sense. You really feel as though you're getting value for money out of your guitar. So, but yeah, have a listen to Shape of My Heart and just let that guitar wash over you. It's beautiful. I suppose I should sort of think about starting and taking off really, but I'm quite enjoying chatting, but it's no good to you. You want to see the flying, don't you? I've primed. I'm here just to be here, man. Like it. Yeah, it's been good. So I'll start the engine anyway, just to show willing. Hold on. Oh, perhaps I primed it too long ago and it's got fed up waiting. Hold on. All that fuel that I primed into the cylinders has now drained away, perhaps, and that's why it won't start. Or have I forgotten something? I don't think so. Magnetos are on. Fuel pump is on. Fuel cock is on. I'll prime it again. I think it'll go. Let's put that lever back where it was. I'll prime it and see if it goes. If not, we'll just talk about stuff. Surely it wasn't because I didn't lock the pump in place. That can't be it, surely. Because I don't think I locked it. You have to wind it back into place, like that way unwinds it and that way locks it back into place, and I didn't. Surely that wouldn't cause it. Let's give it a try. Well, I don't know why it was reluctant before, but it was okay, normal, there. Yeah, I don't know what kind of music you did, but in the band we did just about everything from A to Z. Notice I said Z, not Z, huh? We did just about everything because we played dinner music. We were a dinner dance function band, and we did dinner music for about an hour and a half. Then we went off and had a meal that they gave us, playing some of really nice venues actually. The Savoy in London, we did that a number of times, and so we'd have our meal, then we'd come back on and play an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe of dance. But what it meant was, because we did dinner, we got the chance to play just about anything we wanted to, because people were just sitting. They're not dancing, they're just going to be sitting and listening. So we would do anything from guitar concerto, i.e. Aramweth Mon Amour. The guitar concerto, we'd do various stuff, a couple of Sting numbers. I used to do Fields of Gold by Sting. That would be a vocal for me. Englishman in New York, another Sting number we used to do for dinner, and loads of stuff that we did for dinner, but we couldn't have used them during dance. So if we weren't playing dinner music, we'd never have played those songs, and they were really nice to do. So we did all sorts of stuff, and I loved it. You know what? One song that I got one of the greatest kicks out of was Mustang Sally. I used to love doing that. That was really good. We didn't do it all that often. We didn't do it for all that long. But when we did it, I absolutely loved it. Oh, taxi. No, I won't. I'll set my altimeter, etc. I'm just going to extend my apologies to Laxor for being lax in not getting back, but we've been chatting. I've been chatting with Brock Retro, and it was we've been sort of chatting about all sorts of stuff, including the band, of course. So.
Right. Yeah.
That can take a lifetime on its own.
Yeah.
I've just managed to
That's
get my
all.
engine started despite the chat. So where you at?
I'm just on the hangar at the moment.
Oh, okay. You're not chatting like me instead of flying, are you?
Sort of, yeah, getting distracted on a couple of bits, yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm terrible at that. So I've begun to start the engine, and then earlier on, I think I primed the engine, and I went to start it. It didn't start. I think this might be really good modelling, where I've primed the engine, but if you leave it too long, the fuel just evaporates or just dripped round the side of the pistons, and is no good. So you have to do it again. So that's what appeared to happen because I left it too long. Plus I was yakking. I'm just going back to my stream again. Did it let you see it? I've kind of forgot what we said. I like pretty much. Did what let me see what? I'll be topping my glass up in the meantime. Brock, you still receiving? Oh, set it. Sorry, I read that wrong. Sorry, I'm also pushing the wrong button. Sorry. Right. Did it let you set it? No, I'm still not sure. Even though I read it wrong, I thought it said did it let you see it? Don't know why. Did it let me set it? I'm not sure what you mean. You're going to have to be really treat me like a real idiot because you wouldn't be far wrong. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, I've set the altimeter, but I can't make sense of those figures that Vleed was talking about. I think they were sort of like 29.82 or something like that. But those numbers down there on the altimeter at the bottom don't relate to that as far as I can tell. So you've got 1020, and I think he said 29 something, but even if it was 129, this doesn't go that far. It only goes up to 1040 or so. See what I mean? It's not. I can't see what those numbers were about. So I just set it to 0 feet. I wish this was less sensitive on the track IR when you're zoomed. Are you saying you're testing some planes in War Thunder right now? So that first question was, are you testing planes in War Thunder? Next question, oh, I lost my thread. I don't know what I was going to say now, because I thought of that. Oh, copy that. Started flying Japanese. Oh, right. So you're flying Japanese. I have done that in the past, but for the God knows how long. I've only been really flying Brit and almost always Spitfires, because just look at that. I mean, that to me, that's the best aircraft ever. It can't be repeated, because there'll never be a need for an aircraft like this again. There might be a need for aircraft that fight, but they don't need to have a propeller anymore. They've got all sorts of other stuff. They don't need this. It'll never be repeated. It can never be bettered. Jet engines don't do anything for me. Jet aircraft just don't do it. Piston engines, magic. In War Thunder, if I didn't have if the Spitfire didn't exist in War Thunder, I think I'd go for the P-36, because that's a beautiful little plane. I love it. I got pretty distracted onto the other monitor then, because I got Facebook up on that, which I never used to use up until middle of last year. I got Facebook on that. I noticed something, so I got distracted. So let me come back. Testing premium. Right. Okay. The only negative side of that is when we see premium aircraft that have been bought and brought into the wrong side. You know, like when we got 109s flying on the Allied side, I really find that uncomfortable. Doesn't happen. I don't think it happens in what used to be called tank sim. So that's good, and that to me is the best mode because there's no markers. But even in like an EC, you're flying out and you're about to shoot someone and you realise it's a 109 but he's on your side. That's not good. So I will never get a premium aircraft and fly it on the wrong side, as it were. Oh well, I think in the words of Johnny, what's his name, we have an accord. I think experimental planes are always fascinating, aren't they? I mean, it's all, let's face it, if it wasn't for Wright brothers doing a bit of experimenting, we wouldn't be where we are now, would we? Probably. Okay, I'm going to get back to flying, I think, because I feel as though I've sort of deserted Laxor a little bit here, which I don't like to do, but at the same time he'll be doing very similar as well at times. He'll be talking to people on his stream, and it's good. He gets more people on his stream than I do, quite rightly. I'm really not bothered. It sounds perhaps might sound inappreciative. I'm really not bothered about getting viewers. I stream in case it's good for them, so that people that like the flying, maybe they can't get to do it or they can't afford the gear to do it. So I fly and I stream so that those people might get some fun out of it. You know, they can enjoy watch someone else doing something that they perhaps don't have the resources in some way, either the computer or the gear, whatever, to actually do it. So I'm happy to know that someone else is getting some enjoyment out of it. And of course, like yourself, I'm talking to you, I talk to them, I'm explaining what I'm doing. Only any good, of course, if I know more than they do. If they know a lot more about flying this bit than I do, then I probably have to quietly sidle out. But for now, I'll get rolling. Break off. Your call. Short takeoff or long? Right, so at the end of this taxiway there, Brock, I'm either going to turn left, do a short takeoff, right, do a long takeoff. So you can have the choice on that. Which way do I go, left or right? Sure, okay. It's kind of more exciting, isn't it? Notice I'm hugging the right hand side of the taxiway to give myself as long a short takeoff as possible. And I do need it. It is short. I think I'm actually on the grass. So the other thing to look at is Discord there. Look at Discord because it is so much easier. On Discord, obviously we'll be chatting rather than you typing stuff and me talking. Unfortunately, you'd still have the delay if you're viewing. If you're like just watching the stream, there's still like a 13-second or so delay. But at least it's much easier to type, to talk than to type, isn't it? I would think. So that's another thing to look at. But certainly look at the idea of voice attack. But it's a free program. If it goes wrong occasionally, hell, what the heck? So but it's so useful. What happens is that if you get the free version, you get one profile, and in that one profile you can have 20 commands. If you buy the program, for me it was £9. I'm guessing for you, $15 or something. I don't know. If you buy the program, then you get unlimited of everything. You can have as many commands as you want in as many profiles as you want. So I have a profile for all the different flight sims that I use. And say, even though I've been using it for some time, and occasionally it gives up on you, you do have the facility to right click and restart the speech engine, and you have to give that a little while, and then it comes back, and then you're back on track again. It's still worth it in
Sorry,
my
I just realised. I assume runway is clear.
I'm about to take off on the short runway.
Okay.
Are you taking off in that direction? I suppose, yeah, you must be if you're up the
Same
other end.
direction,
Yeah.
but if you're ready to go roll, go for
Yep,
it.
I'm going to roll right now. So stand by.
Okay.
Right, stick back, full right aileron, brake off. It is throttle up. Thank you. Roger that. Yeah, we've been having quite a nice little chat there, Brock and myself, about all sorts of stuff, including playing in bands and stuff.
That's good.
It does mean that the 5-minute start-up process takes 20 minutes, but apart from that... Actually, even 5 minutes is probably overstating it, isn't it?
For a Spitfire, yeah, I'd say it's
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. Start to finish, no mistakes. Just get on with it. Yeah, probably 30 seconds. Yeah. So in a Harrier, etc. It's funny when I think back on it. I remember years ago, you were showing me about DCS, and although it was interesting, it didn't kind of grab me in quite the right way. And now I think back on it, I realise why. I think you had a jet.
Yeah, it was the SG-25. Wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's possibly why. Although it was impressive, there's no doubt it's impressive. It didn't grab me in the same way. But of course, stick me in a prop engine aircraft and it's a different ball game.
mouse cursor keeps disappearing.
Your what does?
My mouse. I haven't got an in-game cursor at the moment.
Have you clicked onto
So
the
I
game?
can't. Yeah. So I can't press any buttons. So I don't know where the cursor is.
Oh. I've had that sometimes, and I realise I'm still clicked on the other screen. But if you're clicked onto the game,
No, I mean I'm controlling the aircraft, so
yeah. Well, I have also recommended Brock to be involved or get into Discord at some point. And I've pointed him towards voice attack, also pointing out the slight negatives, but I think the positives outweigh the negatives. That's why I use it. When you were saying about climbing high to make your attack, you're talking about a few thousand feet?
yeah, probably about that. About 1,000. You're going to be in a pretty fast dive. I didn't actually notice what my altitude was.
Okay. Oh jeez, I just noticed it's 10 to 2 already.
Yeah, I might need to restart the game because I don't know what to do. Unless
Oh, what,
there's a
because of your
binding.
no mouse?
Yeah, unless there's a binding that turns off.
It turns off your mouse
Mouse
visibility.
binding.
Okay.
No, so my mouse works if I open up the binding screen.
Right. Something's turned it off on the game screen then. toting a mean load of ordnance on that. Yeah, I think they shot me out the sky. This is Laxall. The thing about the Spit for me, I was at a place called North Weald here in the UK, which was one of the airfields during the Second War, and where they hold air displays and stuff, various stuff to do with the war birds. And this Spitfire came along. This goes back quite a few years. I was probably about 20 something, and the Spitfire came along and he sort of sat on his tail and went fairly upright, and the sound of the engine and the sight of the aircraft, it just like it stood their hairs up on the back of my neck. And I almost there and then I thought, well, if there is such a thing as reincarnation, to use an Englishism, I must have bought it in one of those kites. It just felt so strange. I knew it. It was a really odd feeling. Probably pure imagination, but really odd feeling. And I just, mainly since that point, I love it. I'm not a buff on it. I really don't know that much about the Spitfire, but I just love it. Just love it. It's such a beautiful aircraft. Peace and quiet in my Spit. Actually, something else I'm going to show you there, Brock, is look, if I can get myself around the right way, I'll be at. But hold on. That button, they're the buttons that I had on my air training corps. I was an air cadet, and they're the buttons I had on my air training corps tunic. It makes me kind of feel proud that I had those buttons. They were silver in my case, and there they are again in this flight sim. Lovely. Bit of trivia. I'm not sure how accurate it is. I'm not sure about those very long gauntlets. I'm just not sure. I feel as though they would have been sort of shorter glove type things rather than long gauntlets, although gauntlets would make sense in as much as it gets chilly up there, so you know you're going to want stuff that also holds in the heat. But yeah, RAF blue I'll buy. RAF blue. Yeah, they're stylish, but I'm not dead sure about the accuracy. Perhaps I should look that up sometime. I'm just not sure about the accuracy. And of course, I can't comment at this stage on the goggles and the headgear. What I should do, actually, have you seen someone jump from an aircraft in DCS? Because what I should do is perhaps just get out, just jump and let you see. Yeah, let me know if you want to see a jump. There's no money involved, be it real or in-game. There's no money involved, so I can quite happily jump. You've seen it once or twice, okay. Just that when you jump, you see the guy climb out of the aircraft, and then you are that guy, and as you turn your head and look up, you're seeing the canopy. I actually did one of my videos on my YouTube channel, which you might choose to look at, is actually just of that. It's jumping from the aircraft, and on the way down you'll see that as you look down at the right point, the knees come together and come up ready for impact, for landing. It's all quite good. And another slightly amusing thing was at one time I jumped from an aircraft because I'd been shot up too bad. The aircraft wasn't going to survive, so I jumped from the aircraft, successfully landed using my parachute, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll walk back to base because you can walk about in this. I walked back to base, so I started walking along the road to base, and I got run over by a truck. Or of course, as I would say, lorry. So you don't need me to perform a jump? And it's about this time. I want to jump out of the boat. Well, I'm rather more interested whether you want to see it. But if you've seen it, you might not need to. But if you'd like to see it, I'm very happy to do it because it doesn't cost me anything. No problem. But I was going to say it's about this time of the. I was going to say day, but I mean morning because it's 2:05 for me in the morning. That we start thinking, yeah, a nice bit of toast with a slab of butter on it right now. Or as Laxel would say, he'd want peanut butter. For me, it'd be peanut butter and jam. Peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, I'd like all of that. So I'm not sure whether to go up and jump or not. I don't mind. I'm quite happy. Actually, I won't be carrying on for too much longer anyway, being it's...
There we are. That's my slave, magic slave, right.
What? That
Sorry,
wrong button, Job.
Again, yeah, again.
If we didn't do that, it would be so wrong. Oh, you just got some steak. I'm just talking to Brock. You know this thing about food. It must be because of the time that the guys on the other side of the pond. You know, I just got some steak.
I know it's uncalled for. I think there's no respect to the stream.
I was just talking about. You know, the best we'd like to go for is peanut butter and jelly. In your case, on toast, probably. I do actually fancy a nibble of something now. So what have you got with that steak, Brock? Is it just a piece of steak? Or have you got stuff with it? I probably shouldn't be asking that question, because it's just going to make me want it all the more, because I eat anything and enjoy anything. Steak and bread. A steak sandwich? Oh, toast. Yeah, okay. Okay for that. I mean, steak generally doesn't actually bother me that much. I'm quite happy with sausage, or, oh, for heaven's sake, just a big slab of cheese. I don't mind. I'll eat anything. I eat anything. Have you ever heard of, I don't know if you have them over there, you probably don't, jellied eels? Does that ring any bells at all for someone in the States? Jellied eels. Right. So, jellied eels. Go to your local river with something that catches eels, which I'm sure that you have the same name for, eels. And you kind of chop them up, which is not ever so kind for the eels, but you chop them up and you boil them up. And when you boil or when you cook food, meat and stuff, fish, you get a stock, jelly. That stock from the fish or the meat even forms eventually, when it goes cold, it forms a jelly. What do you call it? Jello. It forms like a jello. It's clear and it's got all the flavour of the fish that's in it. And so what they do is they get this stuff, which is the chopped up eels, probably about an inch long section of eels, and they put it in the they pour that and the stuff that was used to boil it into something where it cools down, and because it's formed a stock, you've got like a jello. I'm assuming the jello is the right word for you. You've got a jello, so that the eels are now sort of set inside this fish stock. And even over here people say, ugh, yuck, but I just love them. And the thing is, it's how you eat them. You want tons of vinegar, real vinegar, strong vinegar, and tons of white pepper, not your black pepper. I like black pepper. On jellied eels you want white pepper, and they're absolutely lovely, absolutely gorgeous. They're succulent. The meat comes off the bone. It's a bit like, why do we always refer it to chicken? It's a bit like chicken, if you like, but it's a chicken with a fishy taste, I suppose, but in a very pleasant way. Yeah, it sounds disgusting to most people over here too, but it is so nice. There's so many things that sound disgusting. Do you eat cheese and jam? Sorry, I mean, do you eat cheese and jelly? Yeah, so what I'm saying is that basically you take a piece of cheese and put a nice spread of jelly, for me, jam. No. Put them together. Hey, if you don't trust me on anything else, Brock, trust me on this. Get a slab of cheese, put some jelly, as you would call it, jam, as I would call it. Put some, it's absolutely gorgeous. Just try it. Just trust me. Just close your eyes and do it, because you won't turn around afterwards. It's so nice. Cheese and jam, cheese and jelly. Honestly, really nice. I think one of the reasons I realised why it's so nice is, as a kid, I'd have a cup of tea. I'm not sure what that symbol is. It's that cheese. I'd have a cup of tea, which as a kid I'd have tea with a drop of milk and some sugar, Mum might do me a cheese sandwich, and for some reason the cheese sandwich with the tea was always really so much better than just water or some other drink. And I think the reason is you've got the salt of the cheese and the sugar in the tea, so it's salt and sweet, exactly like cheese and jelly. Okay, give it a try. I'll be asking questions. Also, if you get the chance, which you won't, try the jellied eels. I can't imagine you'll get them over there. Also, of course, a drop of that. I mean, that's my favourite tipple. In case you need to know, that's my favourite tipple. That's a tot of rum. In this case, it's called Lamb's, LAMB''S. I'm only saying this in case you decide to send me a bottle. Yeah, so Lamb's rum. It's absolutely. I mean, rum is my drink. What's your preferred drink? Well, I'm still sitting on the parking area, yakking instead of flying. And I've also noticed it's like 2:15. I shouldn't really be here too much longer. Now, what's your gotchas about? Gotchas meaning I'm going to do the cheese and jam, or does it mean I'm going to look for jelly deals? What are your gotchas all about? You can't remember. It's me that's right. That was an accident. It's me that's drinking the rum, not you. About the rum. Okay, yeah, okay. So, yeah, rum. The rum is my drink. I don't know what your favourite drink might be, but yeah, rum is my favourite drink. Dark rum, not the pretend see-through rum, not the light stuff that looks like water. That's not rum to me. Dark rum is what I want. So, but two things. Try jellied eels. Okay, you're not going to get them, so I'll excuse you that. Try cheese with jelly. When I say jelly, I think I'm getting it right. I mean jam in English. So try cheese and jelly. If you don't like it, see that left wing, right? If you don't like it, you can have that left wing for nothing. Oh, you use them the same. Oh, good. That makes it a lot simpler. I can say cheese and jam, and it won't cause confusion. Yeah. So, I don't often ask. In fact, I don't ever ask things of my viewers. I'm going to ask this of you. Try cheese and jam, right? Just get a. It can be an inch square if you like, and a nice layer of jam on it, and that might be a blob of jam, or it might be an all over jam of about, let's say, 1/16 of an inch to 1/8 of an inch thick. Is that specifically enough? Jelly is more common, but I think of booze boat. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah, So what I'm going to ask specifically of you, Brock, right? This is your task. This is something you got to do. Just try the cheese and jam, all right? Because once you've done it, you won't turn around. You'll think, geez, Bill's right. Honest. And the thing is, I've been talking so much now, my glass is empty, so I'm going to put one more top up. Oh, I get it. So if it was like, let's try to think, no, not raspberry. If it was some other jam, so something other than what you would call the normal jam or jellies, you'd then call it jam. So I'm just trying to think of something. I can't think of anything. Over here, what about blackcurrant? Yeah, okay. So blackcurrant, would that become raspberry jam? Okay. So would it be blackcurrant jam? So strawberry jelly, raspberry jam, blackcurrant jam. I'm sure it makes sense somewhere back in history. In honesty, I think all rules are made up as you go, because that's the only way you know how to make a rule, isn't it? So as you go along, you think, oh no, that's not right, let's do it this way. But this is going to be the rule. The bottom line there, Brock, is I want you to say, yeah, bud, I'll try cheese and jam. You're not sold on it. How can you not be sold on it after I've expounded the virtues of it so much? Honestly, have you never had a cup of tea and a cheese sandwich? Have you not done that? Or do you not drink tea? Is it only coffee in it for you? I know mainly in England it's tea, and mainly in America it's coffee, but Americans do drink tea, and I certainly drink loads of coffee, probably too much. Okay, have yourself a cup of tea. With that cup of tea, have a cheese sandwich. Nothing, just ordinary cheese sandwich, right? And then, so you're mainly European, or you're off to a good start then, right? Have a cup of tea and a cheese sandwich. Now, when you have your bite of a cheese sandwich and you wash it down a little bit with a sup of your tea, have a little think and think, does that taste a bit special? And I think you'll find the answer is going to be yes. And I think it's to do with the salt of the cheese mixing with the sweet of the sugar in the tea. Assuming you have sugar in your tea. If you don't, then that might be more difficult. Hang on a minute, I'm going to stop you there. I love tea, I love cheese, and I love jelly jams, but not together. Have you, straightforward question, have you tried them together? Remember that phrase? If you don't, what is it? If you ain't tried it, you can't knock it. So if you ain't tried it, you can't knock it. So if you haven't tried it, try it. One of the things I used to say to our boys, and I've had 3 of them, not me personally, but we had 3 of them. If they said, "Oh, I don't like that," I'd say, look, just try it 10 times, that's all. Hang on, if I try it, I'll let you know how it goes. I'm going to modify that, right, to when I try it, I'll let you know how it goes. Okay? Right, I'll stop there. So with my boys, they would say, "Oh, I don't like that," and I say, "Well, look, just try it 10 times." And there's good reason for that. I was listening to a radio program one time, and some scientific guy on there was saying, "Look, your sense of taste is, as it said, it's a sense." Blimey, that's the rum. And all your senses can be shocked. You're not supposed to. You won't die. The only thing, if you die, it'll only be with pleasure. Okay, you'll die of pleasure because it'll be so nice. Right. So I used to say to my boys, "Look, just try it 10 times because it's not gonna kill you. Just try it 10 times because your senses, taste is a sense. All senses can be shocked. If you come across a flavour that you haven't had before, your body says, "Whoa, hang on a minute, not sure about this one," because it's shocked by it. But if you try it a few times, eventually it will say, "Well, alright, maybe." So what happens is once you've got through the taste shock, then you find out if you actually like it or not. One time I could not eat honey. I tried honey for the first time at the tender age of about 26. Yeah. And it made me gag. Literally, honestly, it made me gag. I thought, how do people eat this? When I was about to start gigging, I had a cold. And one of the guys in the band said, "Look, just get loads of honey down your neck. That'll cure your cold." I was willing to try anything because I was going to be doing vocals. So for a week, I was putting honey in my tea, down my neck, on my bread, anywhere. I'll just use honey all the time. At the end of that week, I was eating honey off the spoon. I'd broken through that barrier, that taste shock barrier. I actually love honey, right? How can you go from gagging, physically gagging on honey, how can you go from that to loving honey and eating it off the spoon unless it's because you've taught your system to get through that shock? Just try it. Just try it. Hold on a minute. And you're not supposed to kill your viewers. What? Oh, don't show up. You will show up, and I'll tell you what, when you show up, if you show up again, and I hope you do, it'd be really good, you'll say, "Boy, Bill, you were right. Cheese and jam is absolutely yummy." Really, honestly. But also remember, taste can be shocked. You just need to get used to it for a second. If you don't like it after 10 times, I'll accept that you really don't like it. Huh? And that's what I used to say to my boys. If you don't like it after you've tried it 10 times, I will never ask you again because you really don't like it. But up until that time, your body's going through a taste shock process that you can get through. Does that make any sense at all? And so 2 questions. 1, 10 times. It's not a lot. It doesn't have to be 10 times in one day. It can be 10 times over the course of a year. That's less than once a month. So it's not a lot. It's not a lot. Just try it 10 times. So then let me know. Once you've tried it, I don't think you'll get as far as 2. I honestly don't. If you like cheese and if you like tea, do you have sugar? Hang on, question. Do you have sugar in your tea? So that can be a yes, no. Do you like sugar in your tea? Well, sorry. Right. Look, that's it then. You are the perfect candidate, mate. The perfect candidate. You're talking about tea with sugar and a cheese sandwich. If you don't like that, I will eat this Spitfire, okay? Show off. Right, so if you like tea, you like sugar, you like cheese, you like jam, you will like them together. Promise you, I will do my best to eat this Spitfire. If I'm wrong after you've tried it, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a break. You've only got to try it 5 times, okay? If you don't like it after five times, I'll eat this Spitfire that you see in front of you. Or at least I'll try to. Alright, that's the best I can promise. 5 is good. You won't need to get to 5. Honestly, I believe you will not get past 2 before you say, wow, this is great. I'll expect a report ASAP. You can go and do it now if you like. You got cheese in the fridge, you got some jam in the cupboard. Go and do it now. Go on, tell me. This is correct. Look, here am I in UK. It's 2:30 in the morning. And I'm trying to convince some guy in the USA to try cheese and jam that I love so much and that so many people over here love so much once they try it. Because over here people say, what, cheese and jam? I'll tell you what, when I was a kid, I thought the only thing that went with pineapple was custard. Then I found that actually pineapple goes really well with chicken. What? Pineapple on meat? Or, well, poultry? That sounded crazy when you think about it that way. Chicken and pineapple. Beautiful. Chicken and custard. No, not chicken and custard. Let's backtrack on that one. I haven't tried that one yet. Chicken and pineapple. Yeah, okay, great. Custard and pineapple, great. I wouldn't suggest all of those 3 together. Not at this stage, anyway, because I haven't tried it. But there you go.
Wrong one.
Say again?
Sorry, wrong one. It's okay.
See? Always. Sorry, wrong button. Really, I shouldn't be sitting there at 2:30.
This is the right channel this time. I'm going in for what in theory should be a bomb run.
In what? In your thing?
Mirage.
Oh, Mirage, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still sitting on the runway, just idly chatting over a cup of tea and a bicky. It's been good though. It's been really good.
Good.
I think Brock's enjoyed it. I'm convincing him think maybe about, well, okay, maybe not about jelly deals, but maybe about cheese and jam. Told him that I used to tell our boys, try it 10 times, and if you don't like it, that's fair enough. He said, okay, I can do 5. So hopefully he's going to try it. To be honest, I think with cheese and jam, he's not going to get beyond 2, and he'll say, cheese, this is really nice. That's what I believe. When you think about it, peanuts are not sweet, they're more savoury, I'm sure. If you look at those two options, sweet and savoury, peanuts are savoury. But for heaven's sake, peanut butter and jelly is fine in the eyes of most people in the States, probably. So it's the same thing. Point I make is that when you have a cup of tea with sugar in it and you have a cheese sandwich, there's something magical that happens when you have a bite of your cheese sandwich and you wash it down with your sugary tea. Something magical that happens, and that's the sweet and the salt coming together. And that's what I'm not quite DCS, I must admit. You told Laxor that. Well, I'm not sure if he eats it, but that might be because he hasn't tried it. Remember, if you ain't tried it, you can't knock it. Please, just try it. Just try it. Look, one thing is guaranteed. I'll guarantee you this. If you try a piece of cheese with a good sludge of jam on it, whichever, probably strawberries, the usual, the favourite, isn't it? Cheese and jam. If you try a piece of cheese with a good sludge of jam on it, I promise you this, I guarantee it, it won't kill you. But it will open the door, I believe, to a discovery, something you feel, oh, I didn't know I could enjoy that. That's so good. And in reality, instead of sitting here talking about cheese and jam, which is actually making me really fancy some, I should be thinking about folding, because it's 2:35 a.m. I should really be thinking about folding. I'm not inclined to, because I'm wide awake, mainly because I'm thinking about cheese and jam. So, just as a slight extension of what we were talking about there, Brock, what would be your tipple? Just out of interest, what's your tipple? What would be your favourite drink? For me, it's rum. I can imagine for you, I know, maybe it's bourbon. By the way, I really like bourbon too. Crown. Hang on. Backpedal. Backpedal to what's Crown. And by the way, with my rum, the only thing that I have in my rum is a glass. So I'm guessing that Crown is some kind of spirit or liqueur. Oh, whiskey. Yeah, that's with a Y, not an EY. Are you aware? Because I wasn't for a long time. That with an EY, whiskey, like, how can you say? Scotch is WHISKY, but Irish whiskey is WHISKEY. So if you see it with an EY, it's Irish. You probably know that. But I like whiskey, yeah. In fact, as with food, I like them all really. Yeah. So if you was to look at, I think J&B is an Irish whiskey, and Paddy, PADDY, I think that's an Irish whiskey. So if you was to look though, if you was to Google them, you'll probably find that if you get to the site where they make it, you'll find it's got an EY in front of it, whereas Scotch whiskey is just a KY. And unsurprisingly, I like Irish whiskey too. I suppose basically it's any food or drink is okay with me. I like just about all of it. I've just changed my livery. Might as well change the armament as well. Ground attack.
Request rearming.
Although I'm not sure I'm actually going to take
Copy.
off anymore, if that's okay. And of course the other question, which is slightly more DCS related, do you think you're going to get into DCS?
Rearming complete.
I hope you are, and then you can fly with us. Yeah. Now, probably at some point, that often means maybe. Make a conscious decision and say, yeah, because it doesn't cost you anything to download it. What it costs is the other aircraft. Because if you download it, right, you'll get it for ideally install it on an SSD. Do it on an SSD. If you haven't got an SSD, I'll be inclined to hang on until you've got one to install it to an SSD, and you will get a TF-51, which is a training P-51, so it doesn't have armament. You can't shoot anything with it. and you'll get, I think it's a Su-25 Russian jet job, which doesn't do anything for me, especially being as there's no, as far as I'm aware, I'm sure there's no, it's not a clickable cockpit, so everything is sort of bound to keys, so that certainly would not do it for me. But you could buy, and funny enough, I would recommend it, you could buy a Spit. I think it's about 39 quid, which is, I think you said something around $50 or $60 for you. And that's the plane to have, in my opinion. I might be slightly biased, in as much as I absolutely love it to bits. So maybe I'm biased, but yeah, the Spit is lovely. I love it, love it, love it. But the P51 is also available. That's at a cost. So the TF50 or TF51 is available. You get that for free as a training aircraft. I've just noticed you put some stuff on the notes. I'll look in a minute. So the TF51 is there. It's free. It's the same. It's just that you can't shoot anything with it. So those are the aircraft you'll get for free. Then after that, you've got to buy the Spitfire, the P51, the FW190, and the 109. You have to buy those ones, which I almost, you know what, although I fly Brit and almost exclusively Spitfire, I've been so tempted to get a 109 and a 190. I've got to confess that, because everything else is so good. So yeah, get DCS, it's free, fly around in it, get the feel of it, then decide to buy the bits that you need to buy, and that includes things like the Normandy map. That needs a bit more processing power because of the bocage, which is all the in Normandy there were loads of like hedgerow type things, which take a lot of resource in terms of drawing those scenarios, those maps. So yeah, Normandy is an option. That's really nice, but you don't need it. You don't need it. You can just go with this. We're currently in the Caucasus, so go with that for now and see what you think. But definitely just download it and do it. It won't cost you anything until you want the best aircraft on the planet, which is of course a Spitfire. I'm just going to scroll back over your messages now. Hold on. I do like the Spitties. Oh, what a lovely phrase. What a nice chap you are. Yeah, the Spitties are gorgeous. They are gorgeous. I would recommend, see what I do, I have War Thunder and what is it? War Thunder and FSX on one SSD. I have a separate SSD for DCS, and I have a separate SSD for FS 2020, and I think it works best out. FS 2020 takes a lot, and even DCS, you can be talking about getting up to 150 gig if you install various stuff. So you know you're going to want at least 120 gig just to do the things you want. Ideally to you know double that amount. But yeah, SSD. So that's what I use. And it's lovely to see you that phrase. I do love the Spitties. Yeah, so do I, mate. And the thing is, with these things, SSD is going to work better. To my knowledge, it's going to work better than a ordinary mechanical hard drive. So I'd always definitely go for that. I've got a number of SSDs now, which is probably more than I need. But I've got 1, 2. I'm looking at them now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 SSDs and 2 hard drives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Change that. 6 SSDs and a couple of hard drives. But I would run this sort of stuff off an SSD, given the option. Yeah, for storage that's fine, but I think when you're flying, when you're talking about like real time read and write, if you can do I would recommend, like for DCS, 120 gig SSD. If you can do it, make it double that size, because depending on what you get, it can mount up. But if you can do it, grab yourself at least 120 gig SSD just for DCS. All SSD, yeah, that's what I'd like to see. I've now got this decision to make whether I'm going to have a bite to eat before I go to bed. What is it? It's 2:49, 2:50. It's nearly 10 to 3. There are occasions where I've been up a bit later. There's one time when I went to bed about 5 o'clock in the morning. Laxall beats me on that. I think his latest at least was probably about 9 o'clock in the morning. So he went right through the night till about 9 o'clock in the morning. That's disgusting. But he really enjoyed it. That's what matters. Just going to scroll back again through the chat. Well, it's good that you play a lot. I think it's good that you play a lot. For me, it's been immensely helpful for various reasons, which perhaps I'll go into in another time. But it's been immensely helpful for me to be flying and doing various other things. I also do wood turning, so my fun, if you like, is flying and wood turning, and of course now getting into the guitar, which I honestly didn't think. If you can imagine playing for 20 odd years on bass, and for the next, well, for 20 years, well, for 15 years beyond that, thinking that you can never play guitar again, and then you find you can. I think as a guitar player you can possibly come somewhere close to imagine of how immense that feels to be able to do that, and how immensely it's affected me. And at this time,
Are you on runway still?
Say again?
I was going to say, are you on the runway still?
As far as the runway? No, I haven't got that far. I'm still sitting on the tarmac.
Mind your ears. Mind your ears.
Say again?
Mind your ears.
Mind my ear. Still sitting on the tarmac. Expecting something loud?
Should have been, if I could find you.
I'm not seeing you.
What tarmac are you sitting on?
The spawn in point.
The what?
Well, a bit further along from where you would have been in the I-16.
No, you're not.
Where are you then?
Krasnodar Central. Where are you?
What? Well, yeah, I just spawned in, so I'm in the same place. Oh, well, hang on. No, it froze, and now it has dropped me back to the roll screen. Didn't realise it had frozen, but it had. Connection timed out. Server ping timeout.
Right, gotcha.
I'll go in again just to see. I won't be hanging on too long now. Pins it's 10 to 3. 5 to 3. Except of course it's not going to find you, is it? Okay, I'll go in by IP again.
Yeah, it's always going to be the best way, pretty much, I think. At least until we find out why it's not presenting.
Yeah. So if you love flying, Brock, then you probably need to look at FS 2020 as well, because FS 2020 at the moment I'm running at £1. Okay, you can convert that. £1 for the first month, and then £4.99. Oh, let's say £5 for heaven's sake. £5 after that for each month, or I can buy it for £60, right? So in the next month or so I'm going to decide whether I'm just going to buy it, which I always certainly will, for £60. But at £5 a month, that's nothing, is it really? And it's really good. It is really good. I think so. There are some of the graphics which you think, okay, not quite accurate, but it's a flight simulator.
Let me know when you're in and stable.
Roger that. Stand by. I'll just try to I'll try to be part of the flying plan for tonight if I can, for a little while. Only a little while longer. Spawned in. Spawned in. Right, so two things I'd like to finalise with you there, Brock. One,
Coming in from your 3 o'clock.
oh, hang on, Naxon's going to buzz me from my 3 o'clock. I gotcha, I see ya. Give it some.
Max temp.
Right, so 2 things. I'd like you to come back and say, I have tried cheese and jam. 3 things. I have tried cheese and jam. That's the first thing. Next thing is, what did you think of
Might
cheese
not
and
make
jam?
this one.
Why not?
Oh no, it's right. Didn't know if I had enough space to get the speed up.
Oh, okay. Right, so quit. Another second, another sonic boom. I've lost you. I don't know where you are. I know the boom happened, but I don't know where you are.
I'm coming into land. That's what I'm doing, I think.
Oh, roger that. Right, cheese and jam. Right, 3 things. A,
If I
I've
manage
tried cheese and jam. B, what do you think of it? Let's just say for the first
after that,
time.
I'm already at 11,000 feet. I've got to come down again now. I'm not sure if that's right, but yeah,
11,000 all that in that short time. Jeez. Yeah, okay, that's the difference between a prop and a jet. Okay, I accept that. So, A, I've tried cheese and jam.
I've just got to remember how to slow down now.
You've got air brakes of some sort. B is cheese and jam score out of 10. 1 is rubbish, 10 is brilliant. Okay, so that's the next thing. And then the next thing after that is, yes, I'm going to get DCS.
Well, I think so, but I can't seem to
DCS.
get him to actuate unless I haven't mapped him.
Can't get what?
Can't get him to
air brakes?
actuate unless I haven't mapped him. Yeah.
Damn it.
But it means I just need to do a quick leap just to kill some speed.
Yeah.
Oops, not that much speed though.
I think I'm going to have to get something to eat soon because I've been talking to Brock about cheese and jam and jelly deals. The nearest I can get to that is probably just the cheese, but that'll do.
Alright, on finals, hopefully, unless I mess it up. Which I might well do.
I see you coming in on the map.
Yeah, I'm still going way too fast. I was trying to kill the speed, but then ended up being high, so I'm gonna move up and come in from the other end.
Roger that. I probably won't take off anymore tonight because of time.
That's fine.
It's 3 o'clock. Good grief. I got up late this morning because of because we flew. For the sake of anyone else listening on this on Laxor's stream and on mine, Laxor and I flew to Uluru. In case you not know, Uluru is what's the other name?
It's the proper name for Ayers Rock.
Ayers Rock, yeah. Ayers Rock in Australia. We flew from an airfield to Ayers Rock, Uluru in Australia last night. It wasn't ever so long a flight. It's just that by the time we started and got there, it was very late. So we finished, I think, about 3:30. Was it?
I'm not sure if it was that late.
I feel as though it was. Or perhaps it was just 3:30 by the time I finished all the stuff that I end up doing afterwards and then going to bed.
Yeah. Alright, finally managed to slow down a bit.
Yeah, I see you coming in. That looked very good to me. It looked very good. I wasn't zoomed, but it looked very good.
I'm moderately happy with that. It took me 4 attempts to get it right, but moderately happy.
Well, say from here, I wasn't zoomed in, so I couldn't see exactly what was happening, but from here it looked very good. Don't forget to look at Skype at that picture of you
Yeah.
with your black and white stripes on your wings.
Oh yeah, that's quite significant.
Yeah.
But when you compare it to what I was seeing, which was absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Something compared with nothing is always very significant. Yeah. So when it's like that, it's because I'm looking at my other screen. I'll jump back in. Only because it's comfortable. So I'm thinking that I will probably fold imminently. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll say goodnight to Lex or stream, and anyone that's on my stream, or has been on. No, he's on my stream. There's only one, which is pretty good actually, to what I normally have. Right. So yeah, and catch you all another time. Thanks for joining us both, and TTFN.
Alright, take care.
And for my stream, for Brock, thanks for joining me, mate. It's been really nice having a chat, and blobbing on about the band and all sorts of cheese and jammy type stuff. You're to head to bed. Hang on, what's the time? Oh yeah, I suppose it could be, couldn't you? It's 3:05 for me, so if you're East Coast, I'm guessing it could be 11 o'clock in the evening, something like that. Okay. No, it's nice to stream. It's even I stream so that people can get an idea, a feeling of it, and hopefully get some enjoyment from what I'm getting enjoyment from. I really don't. I'm not after loads of subscribers or followers. It's more a case of I like it, and if I like it, someone else might get some fun out of it too. So thanks for joining me there, Brock. It's been really good, and hopefully I'll catch you another time. In the meantime, have a good kip, sir. And and when you say thank you for streaming, well, that's really literally my pleasure. Yeah. Okay, you work third shift. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. And good night to you, sir. Take care. Catch you another time. And as I often say, TTFN. That means ta-ta for now. So, just to finalise, I'm not going to close the stream. Thanks for joining me. Catch you another time, mate. Take care. TTFN.